and B, comma 1.
Not
Now look
visible.
here. This is A, this is A. Here point 2, this is point 2. Point 2 is less than point 3. This is point 5, point 5 is less than
Not
point 6.
visible. Not
This
visible.
is not visible, no?
Hmm.
Is it visible?
Yes.
Is it visible?
Yes.
Not.
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Yes. It is
Now
visible.
see, okay. Now see, this is point 2 and this is your point 3. So for this A, this point 2 is less than point 3, right? For B, this is point 5 and this is your point 6. So point 5 is less than point 6. This is point 7, but this is point 8. So point 7 is less than point 2. This is your point 9, but this is 1. So this is there. So in this way, for every A, B, C, and D, the values, if we are going to compare for A and B, these are less than equals to, with the values of A is less than equals to with the values of B. Therefore, in this way, we say that A is subset of B. A is subset of B. That means here we are going to get that AX is less than equals to BA for all X belonging to U. If this is not true for a particular value, for one value, then A is not subset of B. Or even A is not equal to B. Suppose here I am going to write in this way. But instead of this 0.5, I am going to write here point, say, 0.75. So I am writing. So this 0.75 is not less than 0.6. So this is what differing at the point B. Therefore, A is not subset of B. A is not subset of B. Not only that, B is also not subset of A because 0.3 is not less than 0.2. So B is not subset of A, and here also A is not subset of B. Therefore, A is not equal to B from our definition. One simple property let me establish, and then I will discuss another thing. Say we are going to speak about. We know that look here. I'm going to put important. Many results are all the results which we have seen in our previous discussion. Same will be valid also over here. We are writing suppose A, B, C. These are three fuzzy sets, not ordinary set. Mind it, fuzzy sets. And by fuzzy sets, we mean that it is a function from U to closed interval 0, 1. B is a function from U to 0, 1. See, so now we are going to prove only one property. Other properties you can prove yourself if you try. A union B intersection C. This is distributive. This is we are going to show that this is equals to A union B intersection A union C. A union C. We have to prove, and I will prove only one property. Many properties are one property. Now, when we go to prove, you have seen, you have idea about De Morgan's theorem. De Morgan's theorem. What is De Morgan's theorem? You know, De Morgan's theorem is that A union B, this is complement, equals to A complement intersection B complement. Or if another notation you are going to use, say A union B complement, then this is your A complement intersection B complement. I'm going to give one example only with the help. I'm not going to prove it. With the example, it will be very much clear to you. Suppose X equals to, this means universal set 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is your universal set. And now suppose A is given to be 1, 2. This is A. And B is given to be, suppose you are given to be 2, 3, 4. These are A and B. Now we know what is our complement of A because the elements which are in X but not in A. So by that definition, this becomes 3, 4, 5. And similarly, we can say what is B dash? B dash equals to 1, 5. This is complement of A. A is given to be here 1, 2, and this is your complement of B 1, 5. What is given here? A union B. Now A union B, you see, A union B, I am going to write in this way, this 1, 2, 3, 4, right? Because these are 1, 2, and this is your 2, 3, 4. So its union is going to be what? 1, 2, 3, 4. Now, okay, pardon. Now A union B dash I am going to write complement. Now this will be definitely equals to 5 because this is only the element which are not, this is not in A union B but in the universal set X or ground set X. Now A union B dash, and what is our here? A dash intersection B dash. A dash, look here, it is 3, 4, 5 and B dash is 5. So what is common between A dash and B dash? Only 5 is the common. Only 5 is the common. So A dash intersection B dash is going to be equals to 5, and these two sets here, this and this set, these are two equals. Therefore, A union B dash equals to A dash intersection B dash. This is first part of the De Morgan's theorem. There is another complement of intersection will be union of. Another part is in this way, that A intersection B, if we write dash, then this will be equal to A dash union B dash. You can verify it with the help of examples and you will get it. You will get it. Now let me prove that result, that A union B intersection C equals to, in fuzzy set, this is your A union B intersection A union B intersection A.
স্যার ইউটিউবের লিঙ্কটা একটু দেখবেন, চলছে নাকি দেখুন, গ্রুপে শেয়ার করছি, লিঙ্কটা একটু ওপেন করে দেখুন।
A union C. Now, definition, I want to give what does it mean in fuzzy set. Now, A is a set given to you, B is a set given to you, these are fuzzy sets, A and B. By A union B, we mean A union B X. Suppose A is a fuzzy set, look here, union 2, 0, 1, okay? And this is your B, this is your union 2, 0, 1. This is going to this. Now, if I take, this is your union, say, or domain, one element here. So X is an element belonging to this closed interval 0, 1, it has some value. And similarly, Bx has some value which will belong to 0, 1. Right? Because X is here and value is lying over here. X is here, value is lying over here. Now, if we write in this way, that A union, we write A union B X, we will mean it as maximum of, look here very carefully, AH comma BX. The maximum value will be taken as the union, right? And similarly, we write what is the A difference B, A intersection B X equals to. This is your minimum of, I am going to write AX comma BX. This is your minimum. So minimum of AX and BX is defined to be A intersection BX, and union for this union it is written to be maximum. So let us write one example. Let us see what is in the example form, its values. Suppose A x is given to be, suppose x is given to be, say a, b, c and d. And a is a function, fuzzy function from the say x to 0, 1, and this is defined as a equals to 0.2. I'm writing, you will look. AB is written as 0.3 and AC is written as 0.4, and say AD I'm going to write as 0.7. Similarly, P is another fuzzy function written from x to 0, 1 as in this way, that BA equals to 0.3, BB equals to 0.1, BC written to be point say 5, and BD is written to be 0.6. Now question comes, if you write in the form in this way, that A comma 0.2 comma B comma 0.3 C comma 0.4 D comma sorry D comma 0.7 and similarly B I am writing side by side, A comma 0.3 B comma 0.1 C comma 0.5 and I am writing D comma 0.6. Now what is our A union B? A union B is also a fuzzy function, fuzzy set. It is. Now suppose I am writing A union B. This is written in this way. And say this is equals to A. So A union A. Look here, for this value of A here, its value is 0.2. But here it is 0.3. So what is maximum? Maximum is 0.3. Therefore we write here for union, here we write this is equals to 0.3. Similarly, if I write A union B, so what is the value? For B it is look here 0.3, but this is your 0.1. So what is maximum? 0.3. So we write here this is also 0.3. What is our A union B for C? Look here, this is your for C 0.4, but this is 0.5. So this 0.5 is taken and this value will be written as 0.5. For D it is 0.6, but it is 0.7. So for D we write 0.7. So we compare between the two values and the maximum which is, we shall pick up that value and write the value for the union. For intersection, similarly, the minimum. Suppose A intersection B of A we want to take. What is minimum? This is 0.2 and this is 0.3 and we are comparing. In the comparison, we are going to get it what? We are going to get 0.2. Therefore, A intersection B of A will be equals to 0.2. Similarly, A intersection B of B will be equals to what you see. This is 0.1. So 0.1. In this way, minimum and maximum in terms of A union B and A intersection B gives the definition of the union of two fuzzy sets and intersection of two fuzzy sets. Now one question comes, what is complement? Complement of an element. Complement, say A is a fuzzy set and we are going to write complement of A. So we write in this way, A complement of A dash x equals to 1 minus A of x. 1 minus A of x. So if Ax equals to 0, suppose, so what is complement of x? This will be equals to 1. If Ax equals to 1, then what is the complement of it? For this x, it is equals to 0. In this way, complement and union are defined. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I'm sorry because they are giving me the reminder that the time is short and many things are which I wanted to speak. But next time, if I will get the opportunity, I will speak to you. I will share with you what is actually application sides, how the logic can be developed, says uncertainty, what is possibility, what is probability, and even as we know that the logic 0 and 1 based on Boolean logic that will be changed, how can we okay, yes, no, and in between yes, no, if situation comes 50-50%, then how can we two table we can develop and what is the relation and what is the actual application of this fuzzy logic or fuzzy sets in the field of operation research, economics, in computer science. Many areas are, it is just beginning, just introduction that they told me to introduce before you. I wanted to introduce. I do not know how far I have been able to, but if anything is mistake from my side, I'm sorry for that. I do hope that you will start to learn this thing, and many books are available that will help you to complete your mission. You can get the interest, and it is interesting. Thank you. Thank you very much for your participation and for your actually patience hearing of my lecture. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Uh, thank you, sir. Uh, if anybody has any question, uh, please ask directly to him.
I've not spoken anything that the question will get them in mind because if you have question, you just drop in the form of message. I will give the answer. I will send it to you right now
Right.
because these are the mere introduction, and I hope that you will actually get the interest and you will start to learn about this. But I would like to tell you that the entire subject in field of not only mathematics or logic or even in computer, in major theory, in physics, everywhere now people have started. And it credit goes to Jade in 1965. He developed these ideas. Nowadays, we are going to think that how can we actually quantify the uncertainty, the possibility, and what is the relation between possibility and probability, how far possibility can be actually bring in the knowledge of probability, and what is the metric. Many things are that have been started, and people are exploring and writing classical things in the language, in this new language, and this is very interesting. And thousands of articles in every areas are prepared. But just I wanted to, it is my this. Thank you very much.
Sir, one question. If you kindly explain some applicability of the fuzzy set theory, what has developed in recent days. If you
I,
can.
my, I would like to tell you, see, in field of say operation research,
Okay.
it is a subject, operation research. If you have idea, even we are going to linear programming, fuzzy linear programming.
Okay.
These are all giving you precision, really. We have said, suppose we are talking in this way, that sometimes we say that you don't have the problem, but you are having the problem. You are near to problem, near measurement. Right now, near measurement, many things are. It is not that many literatures. You can write on Google search only fuzzy set and systems. You write and you will get lot of articles and lot of applications and lot of area, particularly in computer science, electronics, and other branches of economics and operation research or management. Many areas are, and you will get interest and you will go on.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your excellent and enlightening lecture on fuzzy sets. I think it will encourage our students to research on this area. We have been indeed
It
in
is your department is under our university. If I will get the
uh,
time, I will go to your department. I will discuss. There is no problem. You just
okay.
let me know when you are getting the time, and if I will get the time, I will go and I will surely make available myself for them.
Okay,
Right?
sir. Okay, thank you, sir.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you once
Thank
again.
you.
Okay, okay, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
In this session, we have Professor Priyambada Sarkar. She will talk about rationality of irrational Ludwig Wittgenstein. Professor Sarkar is Professor of Department of Philosophy, University of Calcutta, West Bengal, India. Her research interests include analytic philosophy, epistemology, logic, applied ethics, and comparative religion. She completed her PhD from King's College, London, UK. Her forthcoming manuscript edited Language Limits and Beyond, Early Wittgenstein and Rabindranath Tagore, is scheduled to be published from Oxford University Press. She has authored 3 books: Wittgenstein and Solipsism, 2009, Uttar Parver Wittgenstein, Philosophical Investigations in Bengali, 2007, and Tatparya ও বাচ্য ফ্রেগের ভাষা দর্শনের ভূমিকা in Bengali, 2007, and she co-edited 6 books. She was president of Ludwig Wittgenstein Society, India, Lucknow, a life member of the Indian Council of Philosophical Research, and the life member of British Wittgenstein Society, UK. She has been awarded a fellowship by Indian Institute of Advanced Studies, Simla, 2012 to 2014, and she is visiting senior fellow of King's College, London, UK. Invited as visiting faculty to teach the course of business ethics in trimester 2 of PGDM program, International Management Institute, Kolkata, and visiting professor. As visiting professor, she delivered lectures in Indian Institute of Advanced Studies in 2018. She had been invited to deliver lecture in foreign universities like University of Cambridge, University of Vienna, Pontifical University of Rome, Italy, Jahangirnagar University, Dhaka University, Rangpur Rokia University, Bangladesh. Professor Sarkar had also organized multiple lectures, seminar, conferences, and coordinator of the Special Departmental Research Support Program, SAP DRS, University of Calcutta, developed and granted by University Grant Commission, 2008 to 2010. Now I will request Professor Sarkar, one of my teacher, respected teacher at Calcutta University, University of Calcutta. Madam, please start your lecture. Thank you.
First of all, uh, can you see the slides?
Madam, please wait.
Yes, ma'am.
I will
Yes,
check.
ma'am. Okay. First of all, I'd like to thank the organizers of this international webinar on on World Logic Day for inviting me to share my thoughts with the learned participants. Now, yesterday we learned from Professor Graham Priest. In fact, not yesterday, last evening, we had an introduction to paraconsistent logic from Professor Graham Priest, when we learned that contradictions do not entail everything. Am I audible? Can you hear me? Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Can you see me?
Yes, your slides are visible, madam.
Okay. That'll do.
Okay.
Okay, so last evening we learned about paraconsistent logic and learned that contradictions do not entail everything. Hence, the logical law of exclusion is not valid everywhere. Today we'll see how this shift in logic could affect forms of language and also forms of our being from the perspective of the greatest philosopher of language of 20th century, Ludwig Wittgenstein. Now, I'll begin with a quote from Wittgenstein's lecture on the foundations of mathematics, which you will find similar. You'll find similarity with the contention of Priest's deliberations last evening. Frege asked, what should we say if we found people who made judgments contrary to our logical propositions? What should we say if we found people who did not recognize our laws a priori but arrived at them by a lengthy process of induction? Or if we even found people who did not recognize our laws of logic at all and who made logical propositions opposite to ours? He says, I should say, here we have a new kind of madness. Whereas the psychological logicians could only say, here is a new kind of logic. Now here the interlocutor part of Wittgenstein's paragraph is over. Now he is commenting, this is queer. We wouldn't call a man mad who denied the law of contradiction, or would we? So he's asking the question, should we really call a person who denies the laws of contradiction a madman? Now, the concept of reason, often identified with logic, holds the central place in modernist thinking of Western epistemology. It is important as it gives the criterion of rationality to one's thinking, saying, and acting. Formal laws of thought, as derived from logic, thus determines the rationality of our mode of life and dictate which discourse should be treated as sensible and rational and which are not. Now, in the history of human thinking, we notice the tendency to call people irrational, mad, if they do not follow rules of logic and if they do not assume forms of laws of thought. We simply term them as irrational, as mad, as imbecile. It's a kind of abuse, verbal abuse. For them, those who lack the logical tidiness are insane, irrational, or mad. But why? Why are we compelled to follow the dictates of reason? Can't these people, whom we label as irrational, possess logic of their own? Today, I'll explore these questions from the perspective of Wittgenstein and attempt to unearth the transition from the notion of an invariant and absolute system of logic in the Tractatus, in the early period of his thinking in the Tractatus, to the plurality of logics and language games in his late philosophy, where the concept of rationality does not exclude the deviant or the irrational in order to constitute itself. Now, for Wittgenstein of the Tractatus, logic is a kind of super framework of rationality. And misunderstanding of the logic of our language is the root cause of all philosophical problems. One will have to have if one wants to have a proper understanding of the logic of our language, and if he achieves that, then all philosophical problems will evaporate eventually. Basically, his project concerns human cognitive activities, what we call thinking. He wanted to draw a boundary on what can be rationally thought, but that gives rise to the logical contradiction of thinking the unthinkable. So he settles finally on drawing a limits, a boundary on the sensible language. In the Tractatus, thinking and speaking are seen as logically equivalent, and thinking itself is understood to be a symbolic process, so that the bounds of symbolism are the bounds of thought. The foundation on which Wittgenstein wants to set his distinction or boundary line between the thinkable and the sayable on the one hand and unsayable on the other is logic. Logic with its operators, laws, and statements. Like classical logic, Wittgenstein's early logic stands outside time, forms an absolute static, timeless framework of what is thinkable and stateable and sayable. For him, the propositions of logic are fundamental. They cannot be justified by more fundamental premises or actions of some sort. Now, as we all know, as many of you are my students, so you are quite aware of this, of these paragraphs in logic. Nothing is accidental, no surprises. Logic doesn't deal with accidents or contingencies, and merely possible. Logic deals with every possibility, and all possibilities are its facts. And it is the peculiar mark of logical proposition that one can recognize that they are true from the symbol alone, a priori, and this fact contains in itself the whole philosophy of logic. The above characterization shows that logical propositions belong to a different level from those of the ordinary descriptive propositions. Ordinary descriptive propositions, which include scientific propositions as well, represent contingent experience and knowledge. On this level of language, variation, transformation, and change are possible. Whereas in cases of logical propositions, which provide the framework and foundation for ordinary descriptive propositions, variation, transformation is impossible. Hence, the meaningful descriptive statements belong to the first order, and the logical propositions, being transcendental and being conditions of the world, belong to the second order. This distinction is quite rigid throughout the Tractatus. Now, such logic-bound conception of rationality in the Tractatus leads to the construction of a closed and unambiguous system of language, because he said what can be said can be said clearly. What can be said at all can be said clearly, because here he is presenting a closed and unambiguous system as far as the domain of sensibility is concerned. Now, it is far removed from cases of actual language usage and actual thinking. And this gives rise to the problem of interpreting propositions describing intentionality, change, and propositional attitudes. So, most controversial passage in the Tractatus 5.542, where he's saying that he's trying to analyze sentences containing propositional attitudes. Like, it is clear, however, that A believes that A has the thought P, A says P are of the form P says P. And this does not involve a correlation of a fact with an object, but rather the correlation of facts by means of correlation of objects. Now, statements of the form A believes, A knows, A thinks that P, these are peculiar in the Tractatus framework. For first thing, they are not truth functional, as the belief that P is independent of the truth and falsity of P. Believing is independent of the truth and falsity of P. Now, as we know in the Tractatus, a proposition is a truth function of all elementary propositions. All sensible propositions, they are truth functions of elementary propositions. But if a proposition is not truth functional, then we cannot treat it as a proper proposition, not a logical propositions. They cannot be labeled as descriptions of psychological state of affairs also, for there is no such thing as a subject. In truth functional statements, nothing can be said about the relation between a subject and his or her internal states, and propositional attitudes. The act of thinking, believing, meaning, or knowing is subjective and takes place in time. Only the logical content of thought is valid independently of time. And in the logic of the Tractatus, there is room only for this logical content of a proposition of, or a thought. That is why he says P functioning as the name of the state of affairs P. This is to justify the universality of a way of knowing which we call rational. To keep this conception of rationality intact, intentional states such as thinking, believing, knowing, etc., must be excluded from his system because they express subjectivity and because they excludes subjectivity and contingency. Now, in his later years, he finds these conceptions, these contentions fallacious. Next, we'll turn to his account of logic in the transitional period. Transitional period means from the Tractatus to philosophical investigations in this transition. Now, this is the view which I'm narrating here. It's a view of post-Tractatus Wittgenstein's. Tractatus was published in 1921, and this period goes from 1921 to mid 1930. Here, logic is understood as a certain kind of calculus, of self-contained system of rules. These rules determine the meaning of expression and constitute the last court of justification. Here is saying that the truth is that the determination that one proposition follows from another is a grammatical rule that we fix. This means the grammar of language defines which proposition follows from which other, and this is our arbitrary determination. This is This is important because here is a departure from the Tractatus view, because that seems to be the essence, that their logic seems to capture the essence of thought, language, and reality. So here, this essentialism, from essentialism, he is moving towards arbitrary determination. Now, important difference from the Tractatus is the idea of arbitrariness, which signifies less rigidity, in the sense that the system can function in many different ways. And what is really important is that there may exist diverse systems depending on the signs and rules that are employed. For this reason, any change in a rule or a subset of rules means a change in the complete calculus. And it leads to talk about a different language and a different logic. During this period of his life, he considers that a change in the set of rules, say, for example, P is equal to not P, rules for the sign, curl, implication changes. The ideas about what is a logical article and what is a proposition also change. And it occurs the same with the complete propositional calculus. If one accepts a sign, not P is equal to P, in the concept of proposition here, if someone accepts this sign, the concept of proposition would be affected because that rule would destroy the grammar of the words true, false, and that is what constitutes the essence of what is called proposition. So one cannot operate with the sign not P is equal to P in the same way in which one operates with a proposition in the propositional calculus. That is, if you subscribe to propositional calculus, you cannot really accept not P is equal to P, because in that case, your notion of truth, your notion of falsity, your notion of proposition will be challenged. One could deal with it. This is important. One could deal with it in another calculus, different from propositional calculus. So we can have different calculuses, we can have different logics. Important implications are here. Diverse calculi can exist. Propositional calculus is not the calculus. There is no logical foundation that allows us to put propositional calculus above the other calculi, because any foundation, any justification is internal to the calculus itself. That is why every choice made between one calculus and another is completely arbitrary. So here we get the meaning of the arbitrariness in the first quotation. This view continues for some time in a lecture on the foundation of mathematics, and also in remarks on the foundation of mathematics. We have lectures on the foundation of mathematics and remarks on foundation of mathematics, 1939 publication. There we also have this notion of logic as something that being arbitrary and being diverse, and we can have distinct logics, diverse calculi. That view is continuous in lectures on the foundations of mathematics and remarks on the foundations of mathematics. Now here he uses logic in the sense of logic of language, which is synonymous with grammar. And he was interested in understanding, in proper understanding of the logic of our language. And he hasn't yet discarded that project of understanding the logic of our language. Only important thing, addition here is this is synonymous with grammar. This Z is settled more or less later remarks. And remarks on the RPP is remarks on the principles of psychology. Now, there is no one single correct logic. There are many calculi according to different circumstances in which we find ourselves employing a certain genre of inferences. If in a certain scenario I need to avoid contradictions, I'll take axioms and rules that forbid it. But the same model is useless when I have to handle contradictions. That means we can have various models. We can have different models. Now clearly he's saying in lectures on foundations of mathematics, if that's logic, it doesn't contain any contradictions worth talking about. Like suppose in accordance with the propositional calculus, our system should not have contradictions within it. But then he's saying, you might say this is only one logic. And in others, you may have as many contradictions as you like. So from there, now Wittgenstein was focusing on grammar as being very important, and it is also talking about diverse logics, diverse grammars, and there is a final shift in his later view as well. Wittgenstein's focus on grammar as the local logic of a given language game makes possible a change of the second order, an evolution, a development of linguistic logic itself. Logic as the unconditional foundation is replaced by consensual action. Now, where is the logic was the unconditional foundation? In the Tractatus, because logic does not accept contingencies. Logic did not accept any accidents, and whatever is there, whatever possible is there, it's within the boundary of logical space. So that was the unconditional foundation, and it was isomorphic with the limits of logic was the limits of thought, limits of rational thinking, and limits of thinking also constitutes the limits of language and of the world. Now, this view is dating it in the transitional phase. It has some transition, but it is more or less completely replaced in the final section when he is talking about consensual action. Now, this consensual action is important. Consensual action means here the societal at the social notion of socialization, notion of social practice, that is coming into the domain of logic. That is coming into the domain of logic, from private to public, from a priori to empirical to social. This transition is taking place. The rules underlying thought, speech, and action must be internalized in the process of socialization. The decisive problem for the philosophy of language is rule following. Now, I am assuming that that our audience is is aware of or knows about rule following. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes,
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you need any explanation here about the view of philosophical investigations on rule following, or you know about it?
ma'am. For our students, please briefly explain the rule following of later Wittgenstein.
Okay. This rule following, why is this rule following? Suppose when you are using a word in a language, you follow a rule. Again, you are doing work, any action. Now, how do you do it? You follow a rule. When you are calculating something, when you are calculating 2 plus 2 is equal to 4, how do you do it? You follow a rule. Now, the question is, why do you follow a rule? Why is it necessary? Now, there is a gap always between a rule and its following, because the rule might say something and the followers who are listening to it, they might interpret the rule in their own way, and there might be divergence what the rule says and what the particular person is doing. Like, there is a gap between rule and its application. There is and how do you manage this gap? How can you correctly apply a rule? Now, people say that one can offer reasons for it. Why do you do this? I follow a rule. Why do you follow a rule? Because it follows from a higher kind of rule. Why do you follow this higher kind of rule? Because there is a system of rules from where this higher kind of rules follow. But why do you believe in that system? So you cannot go on giving reasons. So your giving reasons must come to an end. And you say, I follow the rule blindly. I obey the rule blindly. So no question of reason. So Wittgenstein's guiding maxim is not, in the beginning was the word, but it's not the reason. It's not the reason, but its favorite quote from Goethe is, Im Anfang war die Tat. In the beginning was the deed. It's the action which comes first, not the rational thinking, not ratiocination that comes first. It's the action. So whenever we do, you reflect on it later, but the first thing is you do it. So your giving reasons must come to an end. So your rationality, in an extended sense, what I want to show is that your account of rationality must come to a point, must come to a place where it surrenders itself to something which is not reason, here, which is action. And in the in uncertainty, in his last remarks published as the book on epistemology, there he elucidates it that it is something where everything is founded. It is not rational, not only not rational, but he characterizes it as something animal. If we have time enough, then we'll go to that also. So this is something simply you can progress with me by understanding that a rule is understood if a person is able to follow it. And the correct application of the rule is the criterion of its understanding. And my understanding follows from my obeying the practice, obeying blindly to the practice. Now, here he says, now, why do we obey the rule blindly? But why did he shift to such kind of consensus of opinions? He says, no, this is not a consensus of opinions. This is a consensus of form of life. The agreement of humans, that is a presupposition of logic, is not an agreement of opinions, much less in opinions on questions of logic. This is on Remarks on the Foundations of Mathematics, written in 1939, almost at the end of his life. But in 1949, also he continues with this thought in uncertainty. So this, here he is saying that we ultimately rest on the agreement of humans. Like logic functions. Logic can function only when there is an agreement in human reactions. So humans agree to follow the logical rules. Now, this agreement is not an agreement in opinions. This agreement is not an agreement in opinions. That opinion is something which can be true or false. Opinion is something which can be changed, which can transform, which can be biased. Much less in opinions on questions of logic. So, the agreement of humans, which is a presupposition of logic, it is not an agreement of opinions on questions of logic. Then, what about then? How do they agree on what points do they agree? Do human beings agree? And why is it important? He clarifies more in philosophical investigations. He makes explicit what kind of consensus it is that is more fundamental than logic. Logic is based on this consensus. What is this consensus about? So you are saying that human agreement decides what is true and what is false. It is what human beings say that is true and false, and they agree in the language they use. That is not agreement in opinions, but in form of life. So logic is also dependent on agreement in form of life, on the consciences in form of life. So here you can see the transition from the absolutistic conception of logic to this conception of logic depending on the form of life. No, as I said a little bit earlier, that it's finally he believed that it's not opinion, it's not rational reflection, it's not assertion, but it's only action. From in the beginning was the deed, in the beginning was the action. From action, everything comes. So at the foundation of everything, there are actions. So language is inevitably tied to action as its foundation. And its meaning conditioning context, the correspondence in language is not a correspondence of opinions. That is not merely one of language, but one of standards of grammar. And these manifest themselves in the form of life, that is, in the praxis of living. Now, human rationality cannot be reduced to the use of logical laws, system of inference, and it is in most cases not even tied to logical laws. Now, here I will come back. This human rationality, the second point, human rationality cannot be reduced to the use of logical laws or systems of inference, and it is in most cases not even tied to logical laws. We can understand it better only on the background of uncertainty. In uncertainty, the last book on epistemology, which he wrote, uh, that in that book, he was in fact reviewing G.E. Moore's proofs for the external world. And as you know, that Moore proves the existence of the external world just raising his two hands by saying, here is my left hand, here is one hand, and here is the other. So if everyone can see it, can believe it, that these are two hands which I had, these are objects of the external world. So they are, so the external objects exist as a part of external world. And he was critiquing Moore's arguments in favor of the existence of the world. And he says, I'll not go into the arguments which he says against Moore. He says that Moore cannot know this proposition. He's using the verb to know. His use of the word I know is misuse. He cannot use the verb to know in these cases. He gives a long list of propositions which forms Moore's arguments, like here is one hand, here is the other, there is a tree over there, and the world is not yet made before these propositions. Like there are propositions which Wittgenstein thinks, which Moore claims to know. Moore cannot use the verb to know here. because he says that they stand first for more, not for more, but for all other human beings. No one can use the verb to know in these propositions cases. But these propositions, which Moore claims to know, play an important part in our judging, thinking, believing, knowing, and understanding the world. According to Wittgenstein, these Moorean propositions are special in the sense that no one can doubt it. If anyone were to doubt it, how would his doubt come into practice? Wherever I look, I find no ground for doubting that the earth really existed before my birth. Can I doubt these propositions? I cannot doubt. He thinks that the reasonable man believes that the earth has been there since long before his birth, that his life has been spent on the surface of the earth or near it, that he has never, for example, been on the moon, that he has a nervous system and various innards like all other people, etc., etc. That is to say, the questions that we raise and our doubts depend on the fact that some propositions are exempt from doubt, or as it were, like hinges on which those turn. So these are why am I bringing these propositions here? Because these grammatical propositions for Wittgenstein and some places, they provide the hinges. They are like the hinge propositions. Now, what are the hinge propositions? We, whenever in our everyday world, we all have hinge propositions. Otherwise, we could not have performed our daily chores, our daily life. We could not have done anything if we had not had this kind of propositions always at our background. We know with the same certainty with which I believe any mathematical propositions, how the letters A and B are produced, what the color of human blood is called, and that other human beings have blood and call it blood, etc. Now here he's making no distinction between analytic and a priori, empirical and a priori statements, because and he uses he's dealing with certainty, like intentional thinking, certainty, all these propositional attitudes,
No, no, no.
everything
Unisex.
is under discussion here. And here he's not making any distinction between the mathematical proposition, which you take as necessary and a priori in our traditional epistemology, and what the color of human blood is called. It's called red, and other human beings have blood. All are empirical propositions. He's not making a distinction between analytic and a priori. That is to say, the questions that we raise and our doubts depend on the fact that some propositions are exempt from doubt, or as it were, like hinges on which those turn. That is to say, it belongs to the logic of our scientific investigations that certain things are indeed not doubted. But isn't that the situation is like this? We just cannot investigate everything. And for that reason, we are forced to rest content with assumption. If I want the door to turn, the hinges must stay put. Now, my life consists in my being content to accept many things. The truth of certain empirical propositions belongs to our frame of reference. What would it be like to doubt now whether I have two hands? Why can't I imagine it at all? What would I believe if I did not believe that? So far, I have no system at all within which this doubt might exist. I have arrived at the rock bottom of my convictions, and one might almost say that those foundation walls have been carried by the whole house. So are the whole house of knowledge, wisdom, rationality, all are based on, all are founded on these hinge commitments. And at the foundation of well-founded belief lies belief that is not founded. This is also true in case of logic. Now, no one ever taught me that my hands do not disappear when I'm not paying attention to them, nor can I be said to presuppose the truth of this proposition in my assertions, while it only gets sense from the rest of our procedure for asserting. Animals, they have always learned from experience, and we can see from their actions that they believe certain things definitely, whether they express this belief or not. By this, I naturally do not want to say that men should behave like this, but only that they believe them. That is, here he is bringing out the notion of animals, and they are learning from experience and the way they act. Then finally, this one is important. Because of this, I'm leading you to read uncertainty. That means I want to conceive it as something that lies beyond being justified and unjustified, as it were, as something animal. That means the foundation on which everything rests, on which the whole edifice of knowledge and rationality is built, that is beyond. That foundation is beyond being justified and unjustified, as it were. That is something animal. I want to regard man here as an animal, as a primitive being to which one grants instinct but not ratiocination. So, I I wanted to point out to you that if you cannot remember everything, you can just um, you can just take the clue from there that after all, logic of rule following is finally based on some ungrounded course of action, which is one can term as animal. This agreement in form of life is something which goes beyond being justified and unjustified. As language is inevitably tied to action as its foundation and its meaning conditioning context, the correspondence in language is not a correspondence of opinions. That is not merely one of language, but one of standards, and these manifest themselves in the form of life. So, after all, logic is not something transcendental, it is immanent in our form of life, and human rationality, it cannot be reduced to the use of logical laws only. It is in most cases not even tied to logical laws. So, the statements which Moore considered genuine statements of knowledge are for Wittgenstein statements belonging to our system of reference, grammatical statements, and it is pointless to want to assert and theoretically justify them as knowledge. If someone supposed that all our calculations were uncertain and what we could rely on, none of them, justifying himself by saying that mistakes are always possible, perhaps we would say he was crazy. But can we say he is in error? Does he not just react differently? We rely on calculations. He does not. We are sure he isn't. Wittgenstein suggests here that
ম্যাডামের
we
এটা
would,
লিখলাম,
in such a
তারপরে
case,
এবার কিছু
face
কোশ্চেন
a
টোশ্চেন তো করতে হবে না?
different form of life with its own specific kind of
কেটে গেল, আমাদের কাটেনি, আমারই কেটেছে।
rationality, another system of energy believes that to speak of error or to try to convince people that their thoughts and actions follow a kind of rationality which
মনে নেই,
becomes
তারপরে বুঝে মনে
comprehensible
তারপর
in the communicative context. And right there, we can find a key to the understanding of the logic of the language games of the insane, of the irrational, which we call irrational with respect to our established grammar of our own form of life. So here is the transition from Tractatus to uncertainty. Thank you.
Thank you, madam, for your wonderful lecture. Now I will request the audience, if you have any question, directly ask madam. She will answer it.
আমি কি খুব বেশি সময় নিয়েছি?
নো ম্যাডাম, অ্যাকচুয়ালি আপনি তো এমনিতেই দেরিতে স্টার্ট করেছেন, তারপরে ঠিকই আছে। Students, do you have any question, queries or clarification? Madam, may I ask a question? Yes.
অবশ্যই অবশ্যই।
Actually, you have mentioned that in transition period of Wittgenstein's writing, Wittgenstein shifted the notion of logic, and in this way, can we say that in Tractatus, logic was something like definite, and it was the logic, or a monotonic logic, whereas in later Wittgenstein, or in transition period, Wittgenstein thought that logic should be logical systems are many, and it can be thought in a different way, in various way. Is it like that?
Yes, yes, yes.
And in this connection, I would like to mention one remarks from, I just remind, I couldn't remember the writings, where Wittgenstein wrote, "Indeed, even at this stage, uh, I predict a time when there will be a mathematical investigation of calculi containing contradictions, and people will actually be proud of having emancipated themselves from consistency." I think this is from
হ্যাঁ হ্যাঁ
lectures from the
RFM,
foundation of mathematics.
হ্যাঁ হ্যাঁ RFM, হ্যাঁ।
Mm.
Yes.
Uh,
And so paraconsistent logic and dialectism, like he was in that way, he had inkling of that.
yes. Thank you, madam. Thank you for your wonderful lecture. And now,
Can I ask a question?
Yes, yes. কি একটা কোয়েশ্চেন করতে চাইছো?
yes.
Thank you for your very nice talk. I really enjoyed it. As I understood, you claim that human rationality for Wittgenstein is not founded in logical laws or logical systems, but is actually based on our
Professor Said
animal
Suman,
ways of acting.
will you please mention your name and institutional affiliation?
I'm Shahidul Islam from Jahangirnagar University, Bangladesh. So my question is, how do you make this consistent with Wittgenstein's explicit claim that he has no ism or theory? Because anti-foundationalism is also a kind of ism, right?
Yes, you're right. You're right. Though it's not like probably it sounded like that he was believing in this particular ism of being animal, being unfounded action. It is presented as a kind of theory, but the right approach should be it's the way we have to look at it. It's our attitude towards logical laws and towards logic will have to change. Our attitudes should be changed, and we will look at logical laws in this manner, that they are founded on something which are not rational, and will be able to look at other systems also not as irrational or something, and distinct. Mm, in uh, in Hindi, there is a proverb like it's not ये अलग है गलत नहीं. So they are different, but they're not wrong, but they're not mal. We should not abuse them as saying something it's being irrational. Like even in our everyday conversation, if we say someone is irrational, it's not really I'm praising him. Wittgenstein is asking us to improve our attitudes and say that he is thinking in a different manner, and all our everything is not based on rationality. Did that serve your purpose?
Yeah, thank you.
Piali Dotto, I think she's now France. She's our University of Calcutta alumni. She asked a question to Madam. Piali Dotto, you can directly ask the question.
লেখা আছে কেনে?
হ্যালো
হ্যালো,
হ্যালো ম্যাডাম
Yes, Piali.
বলো বলো।
হ্যাঁ ম্যাডাম can you please explain the hinge proposition? It's not clear to me. And what is hinge proposition?
Like those propositions which we accept without asking, without questioning anything. Like there are many things. You cannot really set these propositions are hinged for all times and all places. No. Like suppose your name is Piali Dotto. This is something you unconditionally accept it. You cannot challenge that your name is Piali Dotto while asking this question to me, because that will destroy the whole structure of communication. So this is something, this is for your hinge proposition. For me also, my name is also comes under the heading of hinge propositions. He was saying that this Moore's proposition that I have one hand and I have another, this is something under normal condition no one can doubt. So these stand fast for us, and these are the hinge propositions. And they I have not dealt with it in a detailed manner. He has given like these propositions are not also absolute. They also change with the passage of time, with the passage of scientific inventions, with the they also change. And in epistemology, in fact, a new branch of epistemology has grown on basing on this notion of hinge proposition, that is called hinge epistemology. So if you feel like you can go into that also.
Okay ma'am, thank you.
Ma'am, I have a question. I'm Momita.
বলো।
Thank you, ma'am. Thanks a lot for your valuable lecture. প্রথমে প্রণাম নেবেন। আমি জাস্ট একটা কোয়ারি ছিল যে তাহলে অ্যাক্সিওম্যাটিক সিস্টেমে যে অ্যাক্সিওমস গুলো থাকছে ওগুলোকে কি হিঞ্জ প্রপোজিশন হিসেবে কাউন্ট করা যাবে?
আসলে কি বলতো, এইটাকে আদতে এটা নিয়েও অনেক কন্ট্রোভার্সি আছে যে আদতেও আমার মনে হয় আজকে কোনো যারা বাংলা বোঝে না এরকম কেউ বোধহয় পার্টিসিপেন্ট নেই, তো আমি বাংলাতেই বলছি।
মোস্ট প্রবাবলি ম্যাম।
There are
to
some
huh?
participants
Huh.
from out of Bengal, Sumesh
Oh, okay,
MK,
okay,
and
okay, 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 okay. In fact, actions, like all actions, are not hinged for all human beings, because it also changes.
Okay. Okay. Thanks a lot, ma'am. Thanks a lot for your answer.
Thank you.
anybody has any question? So now we can end this lecture with a heartfelt thank to our respected madam, Professor Priyambada Sarkar. Hope after the corona situation, you will visit to our department and physically be present and with enlighten us with your great knowledge on Wittgenstein. As we all know that you are one of the rare person who has done an elaborate work on Wittgenstein's philosophy, and your recent works on Wittgenstein and Rabindranath Tagore is much appreciated by many scholars of Wittgenstein. Thank you, ma'am. Now, our next lecture is by Professor Uma Chattopadhyay on Indian logic from Naya perspective. Professor Uma Chattopadhyay is formerly Professor of Philosophy, University of Calcutta, my revered teacher at University of Calcutta. Her research interest includes Indian epistemology, Indian logic, Naya and Nobbo also, Vedanta, Madhyamaka, and Yogacara Buddhism. Beside these, she has interest in Western metaphysics and Western logic also. She is among some rare person who is classically trained in Indian philosophy by some great traditional pundits, as well as well trained in modern philosophy of various cultures. And as we all know, that being a trained classical singer, she has a great interest in Indian classical music. Among her many publications, we can name two of his of her book, like Dishonored by Philosophers, Upamano in Indian Epistemology, Gangesha and Upamano in Indian Epistemology. Both books deal with some substantial issues in Indian epistemology, and many of her paper are published in various national and international journals. I would like to request Professor Chattopadhyay to start his lecture. Sorry, to start her lecture. Sorry, madam. Pardon my mistake. Madam, please start your lecture. Ma'am, your microphone is off. Please.
ফোন করুন।
Yes. Now,
Yes,
am I audible to you?
yes, madam. Please.
Am I to start?
Yes, yes, please, ma'am. Continue. Please on your video. We can. You are not visible to us.
Is it?
Yes.
Now, is it visible?
No, madam. Not yet.
No. Why not?
Please
Is it
click on
now?
the yes. Now it is visible. Yes.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. First and foremost, I'm to say that I'm overwhelmed
ফুল স্ক্রিপ্ট করে দেবেন এটা।
by this invitation in this crisis moment when Raiganj University, a new university in a sense, they are organizing a very important international seminar on hardcore philosophy, means logic, which is very, very technical. And the stars of the Department of Philosophy, they have taken the responsibility of doing such a seminar with their, in a sense, limited infrastructure, but they have taken the challenge. And I am obliged that I could get the chance to present my own ideas in this seminar. Many of the participants, I find that they are my former students, and I feel very happy that they are here to listen our words. After a long time, I'm meeting. In many seminars, I have met them in webinar also, but again today in Raiganj University. And this gives me a very, very intensive pleasure that our students are always very much academically active. They have not only passed, they are not only doing colleges, etc., but they are at the same time very active in their academics. This shows, and I am happy. So this is my first emotional expression. Then I am to say that I am very much grateful to the Vice Chancellor of this university that they have Vice Chancellor, I'm just getting the name. Anyway, our Vice Chancellor, Honorable Vice Chancellor, is very energetic. I can see Professor Raghunath Ghosh as well. He is there. I'm so happy. So I'm grateful to the Honorable Vice Chancellor. And he so much, I think, is conscious and active that he has mentioned our name yesterday in the inauguration program, which is very rare. He saw a lot that who are the speakers coming to the webinar. I'm grateful to the head of the department, Iti Chattopadhyay. They have taken very personal care, and uh, Siddiq Alambek, my very loving scholar and students as well, very active, energetic. They have taken very personal care for inviting. So I am happy, I'm obliged. And I'm obliged also to all the faculty members of philosophy. They are running the department. So it is a beautiful day for me that I am here with all of you. And in my presentation, it may not be very big, but the important is this, that in so many books are there, but repeatedly I heard from my students and also saw in their written form also that Nio is a system of logic. They know it and they learn many concepts from the Nio logic, but they don't find where is the logicness of the logic. So this is very striking. And I was thinking to write something, and I will write also. I have this feeling with me. This particular webinar made me to conscious much more to write something on this issue. So the word particularly, thank you so much for the word that you have chosen, rationality unbound. That fixation of rationality immediately is leaving the place of logic. The rationality unbound, some facets of Indian and Western logic. That rationality is unbound, is giving the different aspects of logic. And so, taking the chance from the title, beautiful title they have given, Unbound Rationality. Rationality means always something very limited, very strict, very, what can be, very systematic. And if it is unbound, then that means it is losing its own nature. So logic maybe is going to lose its own nature when it is unbound. It must be bound. Logic is bound. So the title itself of the seminar made me excited. And I thought that Nayayikos are very definite, no doubt, but they will take the chance through this unbound
ও
rationality.
ম্যাডামের ওখানে
I have
থেকে
given therefore
পড়াশোনা
some
করে
facets of Indian and Western
লক্ষ্য করে
logic.
ম্যাডামের ওখানেই থাকেন
I'm coming from the Indian
তো
perspective
বাড়ি থেকে পড়াশোনা বন্ধ করে
and I'm coming to say a
সমস্যা
few words
তারপর ম্যাডাম
from
সম্মতি
the
আমার
Neo
এখানে চলে এসে
perspective,
আমার এখান থেকে পড়াশোনা
who
করবো
are
আমি
logicians, the
বাইরে
most
থেকে চেষ্টা
important
করছি এখান থেকে
logicians
পড়াশোনা করবো এখান
of
থেকে
this country
রেসিডেন্সিতে
as
পড়বো
well as in the logic
প্রথমত ফার্স্ট
world,
ইয়ারে
both in East
প্রাইভেট
and
কোম্পানিতেই
West.
চাকরি করেছি
So there is no question of denying that they are the logic system. Therefore, I have taken the title from the Indian logic from Neo perspective. The paper is Indian logic, the Neo perspective. I'm going to the paper. The very title, Rationality Unbound, has given me the scope for reflecting on Neo logic. It is said, the very interesting thing, you know the words, but I'm just collecting so many ideas, that it is said about Neo, Tarkeshu karkasho dhiyo bayame bonanni, kabbeshu komalo dhiyo bayame bonanni. So the claim the Neo philosophers are doing, that we are karkash, means very rough and tough in our logic. So if we want to discard any position, we take the help of the Nayayikos argument. This rejection of the arguments can be done by the logic method of the Neo school. But at the same time, don't think that we are rough and tough. We are very soft within ourselves. We have emotions. We have our literature kabbu. So therefore I have deep respect for the system. So doing philosophy or doing logic does not mean that our existence will be very stiff. No. Logical mind will do. So kabbeshu boyamebo, kabbeshu komolodhyo. We are very soft. So on the one hand, we are doing logic. On the other hand, we are doing these poems, the songs, the literature of sweetness, of love, etc. So both can go together. We should not think when we go through this system of Neo that Nayayikos means very stiff and very rigorous and very rude in a sense. No, they are the most soft-spoken must be, and the beauty will come from the Nayayikos in this way. Both logic and other things also, grammar, etc. And also the kabbu is, they all are in their hands. So this is the beauty first of the Neo system. This can the Nayayikos say, this type of expressions they have. The above expression shows that there is no contradiction between logic and literature. Rigorous rationality and emotional expressions they take together in their logical system, in their philosophy. In this presentation, I want to show where actually is the Neo logic in Neo philosophy and the nature and function of the logic of Neo. We call Neo system, sometimes we call it Neo system, Neo Vaisheshika philosophy. Sometimes we call it Neo means the argument. Sometimes this is also I have heard. In the department we were doing classes in a room, the students wrote Neo on the door. And so interesting. Years after years, we are doing the Neo class in the room. And in particular year, the students came to me and they were very much complaining. Madam, just see the other students of the department, those who have other these parts, that means the logic, and they say they are all the time there. They say that you are all the time sitting in the room together, never come out, never enjoy with us, and sitting together. And in the class, the class which is only dealing with the nai and onnai, good and bad. Just I can't think many
হ্যাঁ বলছি আপনি
ordinary
আছেন
people,
তো
they say
রঘুনাথ
nai and onnai. Nai means there must be something
এর
onnai.
এরপরে তো
So
রঘুনাথ বাবু যখন
then
স্টার্ট হবে আপনি না
I told
এখানে
the
চলে আসবেন
students,
আপনার
better you
এখান থেকে
write,
যদি নেটের
because
প্রবলেম
they are
হয়
very
এখান
much,
থেকে আমরা
those
দুটো
who are
স্ক্রিনশট
doing
দিয়ে দেবো
logic,
আপনাকে
Western logic,
যদি আমি
they
একে
think
শিখে
that they are very
ব্যাকআপ
much
ভার্সনে রেখে দিই
sophisticated.
ঠিক আছে
They are European, they are English when they
রঘুনাথ
are
স্যার
doing
যখন স্টার্ট
Western
হবে আপনি
logic.
চলে আসবেন এখানে
But Indian logic is something very
আমাদের
poor.
এই ভিসি
You are not getting anything, so you are
এর
doing
রুমে তো
Indian logic, which
কনফারেন্স
is
রুমে
in Sanskrit, another
ঘন্টা
great
খানেকের জন্য চলে আসবেন স্যারেরটা
negative
শেষ হবে
thing.
আপনি তারপরে
So why you are doing? And the name is nice. So
ঠিক আছে
where is the
রঘুনাথ বাবু
logic?
স্টার্ট হলেই
But
আপনি
we
চলে
do
আসবেন
logic.
হুম
It's very
আচ্ছা
scoring.
হুম
Your nai is not scoring, and you are doing only nai and on nai. Once I heard,
কি বলছে
even
ন্যায়
a
ইজ নট
teacher
স্কোরিং
হুম
ইউ আর
in
ডুইং
the meeting is
ন্যায় ও
telling,
অন্যায় ইন দ্য নেম অফ ন্যায়
nai, that nai and on nai, leave that. Didi, leave that. And I'm leaving. Just tomorrow I'm thinking to leave. So this is the impression. But nayo, the word nayo here not is meant for the ethical. This is not the ethical notion. Ethical notion is not the notion of nayo. Nayo means a system of philosophy. There are different alternative systems in Indian tradition as well as in Western traditions. But the important is this, that in Western philosophy, we know they are not so much, they are not belonging to the schools, but they attached themselves to some particular philosopher, Russellian.
না ওইটা
The
আপনাকে
philosopher is
একটা কাউকে
Russell,
ইমেল করে
the
দিয়ে দিতে
followers
হবে
of Russell. Kantian philosophy. So the systems are named by the philosophers, not by a school, the Sampradaya, the tradition.
দেখবেন
So here this is the beauty of this tradition, all the traditions of Indian philosophy, that here the individuals are not at all important. Individual can contribute. Raghunath Shiromani has contributed. Jayanto Bhatto has contributed. We praise them, we do their philosophy, but they all belong to the Nayo tradition, and which is originally by Gautam. Originally, in the sense, by the propounder of the Sutras, the aphorisms, is Gautama. Before Gautama, also the thoughts were there. This is our idea about the tradition. So, this is the Gautama tradition, and in the Gautama tradition, they belong, those who belong, they are known as the Nayayikos because they cultivate Nayo. Nayo means, so Nayo, the Gautamiya school, which is also known as Akshopada school, Anikha Shastra,
ঠিক
is known also as the Nayo Shastra. The Nayo school, therefore, it is the school of Nayo, and the sister system, the allied system with Nayo is Boishishik. Boishishik, the allied system with Nayo. Boishishiko is focusing on the metaphysics, while the Nyos school is focusing mainly on this arguments, logic, and many other things, mainly on logic. As they are giving importance to Nyo, the logic, the school is not only
আপনারা তো
named as Nyo
আপনি তো মেটাফোর
Darshan,
ডিপার্টমেন্ট
but also we understand by the Nyo Darshan, not only Nyo Darshana system, but also Nyo for the argument particularly, which is known as Pararthanuman. The argument for others. When we want to convince others, logicians, they do the arguments to convince others. When we were listening, enjoying Professor Shorkar's presentation, Wittgenstein is trying to do that. He's changing his systems, thinking about the alternative systems, etc., etc. But the point is this, that when they are not getting the arguments are convincing, they are again thinking for another alternative system of logic. So this is they are doing, but to what for what? Because the previous arguments were not able to convince all. So they try to find out another alternative system. So in the presentation, as I was telling, that I want to show what exactly is the Neo-logic. We say we understand the word Neo by philosophy by to understand either the system or the argument, but what is this really speaking? What will be the meaning? The rationality unbound will help me to understand the Neo-logic. The Anglo-American uh, philosophy, the general trend of logic is the bound. The bound gives us the desire of unbound rationality for truth. We will find this in our system, unbound truth. So if I go for the propositional logic, if I go for the set logic, set logic. So in a definite way, we are moving. We are moving. Boolean interpretation, Boolean logic, we are going for the Boolean logic. So taking the chance from the unbound title, I have taken this. To understand, we need to take care of the word logic. But what logic is? Logic, they have taken the word logic also in their title. What logic is? There is difference between reasoning or rationality and logic. Logic. Logic is to be understood as a discipline which studies rationality or reasoning. As we all know, logic from Greek logiki, possessed of reason, intellectual, dialectical, argumentative. Logic, we understand, it is something argumentative, is the systematic study of valid rules of inferences. So logic deals with the systematic rules of inferences. This is also known to us. Western antiquity produced two bodies of logical theory, basically, the Aristotelian and the Stoics. So if we see the Anglo-American philosophy, in origin we find the Aristotelian logic taking the form of logic properly, and the Stoics' views for explaining good arguments from bad. Good arguments, the valid arguments, depend on the form. So form is so much important in this logic, the Western logic. Accordingly, the task of logic, roughly speaking, basically is to identify the valid argument forms. So in that logic, what we want to do, we want to find out which one is the valid argument according to the rules, according to the forms, are following the axioms. So three things are there: the axioms, the rules, and the forms. And whatever is derived from that, that will be the valid argument. If I say that it is raining, therefore the ground is wet, it is raining, therefore the ground is wet, is a valid argument. If I say that if the jar is white, then it must have water. The jar is white, therefore it must have water. This is also valid argument. Why this is valid argument? Because it's formally valid. According to the rule, it is valid. It is modus ponens opponent's rule. For simply speaking, for my students, it is valid argument. So where we are focusing our validity? Validity we are focusing on the rule, on the form, and on the proposition, the given proposition. From there, we this very mechanically can draw the conclusions. And here also I am remembering the story when I used to say my students, when they were in dilemma whether they are going to take Indian logic or Western logic, they used to say, Madam, no, go for the Western logic. Well, why, madam? Because you can score much marks for the next jump. You need to have your good results, and the scoring marks you can get from this Western logic. Sometimes I heard from my students, Madam, in Western logic we are learning so many things, but actually what we enjoy, enjoy the part where we do the logic, that means deductions, applying the rules and deriving the conclusion. And in Bengali, those who know Bengali, you can understand, they used to say that logic ta koste khub bhalo lage, madam. কষে কষে নম্বর, আমরা মাংস কষা টষা এসব শুনেছি, কিন্তু লজিক কষা আমরাও ছোটবেলা থেকেই শুনে আসছি। লজিকটা কষতে খুব ভালো লাগে। কোষে কি রেজাল্ট দাঁড়ালো, সেটা ভালো চিকেন হলো কিনা, মাটন হলো কিনা, দ্যাট আই ডোন্ট নো। একটা হলো দ্য গুড মার্কস ইন লজিক, but no clear understanding of the background of logic. Rarely the students are interested regarding the theory portions of logic. The besides what Professor Shorkar was explaining, the besides the other things which are actually which is the backup of logic. But we never go for those things. But when the students they go for the Indian logic, এই ন্যায় শাস্ত্র, দরজার গায়ে লেখা আছে ন্যায়, আর তাদের ছেলেমেয়েরা যখন ন্যায় 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 অন্যায় বলে বলছে, তারা খুব দুঃখ পাচ্ছে মনে, এবং বলছে যে ম্যাডাম আমাদের ন্যায় অন্যায় বলে বলে দেখুন কিরম করছে, আমরা তো কি ভালোবাসি ন্যায় শাস্ত্র পড়তে। তাহলে ওইটা দরজার গায়ে শুধু লিখে দাও ইন্ডিয়ান লজিক, দেখো তোমাদের আর কিছু কেউ বলবে না। ঠিক তাই হলো, ইন্ডিয়ান লজিক যেই লিখে দিলে, লজিক শব্দটা আছে তার মানে একটা রিচ ওয়ার্ড আছে। ওই ন্যায় মীমাংসা এসব বললেই কিরকম শরীর খারাপ করে, ওসব বাদ দাও, লজিক বলো, ওয়েস্টার্ন লজিক বলো, যেখানে আমি কষতে পারবো, একেবারে পরপর রুল থাকবে, কষে 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 আমি পাকা একেবারে হয়ে যাব, প্রচুর নম্বর আমার উঠে যাবে পরীক্ষায়, এই জন্য লজিক। তারপরে কিন্তু আর তার জীবনে লজিক নেই। বহু স্টুডেন্ট, my students can follow this point, that many students are taking logic in undergraduate, postgraduate, but after that rarely the students are doing research and further studies on logic, the Western logic. They come for Aurobindo, for Vivekananda, for environmental studies. I think Professor Ghosh also will admit this point. They are not doing logic, but they are going for the other subjects. So logic Western, but the strong logic, when they are doing Indian logic, this is very interesting, another part. When they do Indian logic, particularly the neo-logic, they never discontinue that, generally. The large figure from the NIOS, the special paper taking, they continue NIO in their teaching course as well as in their research generally. So there must be something different between the two. They are continuing then, taking NIO and they are continuing, but taking Western logic not continuing. This is a crisis of the day. So, but the point is this, right? After all, finally, after taking the decision, when they come to NIO logic, the point is this, that what is the task of logic? Roughly speaking, basically it is to identify the valid argument forms. This is also known to us, both the tradition tries to identify the valid argument forms, right? So here there is no difference. We all are trying to get the valid arguments, and must be there the valid argument. Some form is needed. Just abrupt saying something is not a logic. And they do not, by laying down a small number of basic arguments from Aristotle's perfect syllogisms. So here we give importance to form, but not in the Aristotelian way. We give the importance to form. Aristotle's perfect syllogism, that is also not our mission to do. Perfect syllogism means the perfect syllogism is to follow the rules of basic rules of syllogism, and anyone will get the valid conclusion by deriving this conclusion guided by the rules. But so Aristotelian syllogism will be valid absolutely when it follows the rules. The Stoics' arguments are indemonstrable. They are, that they are the skeptics. They are always the skeptic ideas. So their argument will also be like that. Not definite rules. Whatever the rule will be possible, they will supply. Other forms and other forms are derived from them. Logic of Aristotle is term logic, while the logic of Stoics is sentential logic. This is also another important difference, that Aristotelian logic is term logic, because the subject, predicate, the major, minor, and the middle term logic. And the sentential logic, the Stoics they do. This is very interesting feature of Western logic, which mainly focuses on the forms, as I have already stated that. And validity of the argument depends on forms and rules which guide the argument. If the form is fine and if the rules are given, then we can derive the conclusion and the conclusion will be valid. In contrast, if we come to the Islamic or Neology, I'm connecting Islam as well with the Neology. In non-European tradition, logic not only include the form or the formal patterns of inference, but also the elements of language or philosophy of language, epistemology, and metaphysics. Logic is not absolutely an independent study. It involves metaphysics, epistemology, language, etc. everything. Within all, taking all these areas, logic is acting. And when we come to Islam, we are not much studying, we should do that. But when we come to this neologic, we can see that Nayayikas are, when they are doing the logic, at the same time, in continuing their logic, they do the epistemology. They do epistemology when they are considering the Probanos theory, the theory of Probanos, the validity of cognition, etc. They are doing purely epistemology. Right? At the same time, they are continuing their logic as well. When they come to the theory of inference, the second Praman, the whole logic they are taking there. The rules of logic, validity of logic, etc., etc. Everything they take into consideration when they come to the discussion of inference. But when they understand, if we come to the first Sutra of Gautam, there we see that they are collecting all the padarthas, all the categories, where epistemology, where the other doubt, the Shangsha, etc., and even the concept of moksha is there, Nigrahasthan, etc., everything. So, in this neo-logic is not a single branch of philosophy, logic philosophy. No, it takes into consideration logic as well as all the other streams together. Their logic is supporting their other ideas, and their other ideas, I must say, that they are backed by the very strong logic. So logic is not something very separated and only koshe koshe shuddhu dambur pabo. Now we have to understand as well all the other theories in relation to their logical system. In the later ages, maybe in the 17th century, Bacon indicated induction than deduction. They have a development of logic, and accordingly, first the deductive logic was there, then they introduced the inductive logic, and Bacon introduced this. This is the logic of the empirical world. This is very, very important and a striking point to note that Anglo-American tradition, they are all the time changing. Like the Buddhists, they admit continuous change. We also admit continuous change. But when we do systems, they are not so much changing, all the time changing, because the whole system will fail then. If we change all the time, everything, then we'll not be able to make our ethical systems properly, moral systems properly. So we need something definite, and some things are changing. Both the things are accepted here. So like them, first the deduction, then the induction, they came not that. We do not make our philosophy this in this way, logical systems, deductive and inductive, not at all. But in which way? We need to see that. This is the logic of the empirical world and the science. This type of logic we may find in Islamic or neologic, that which takes into consideration everything, science, material world, and also the transcendental world. All the things are taken together in logical system, in relation to the logical system. This type of logic we may find in Islamic or neologic. At this moment, I am going for the I'm not going for the Islamic, but we can do something there. Here, in the neologic, we, the fact, but in the neologic, we may think that if the logic is like that, always incorporating so many things, it may come to the probability, it may come for the probability. No, the logic is here involving the facts, metaphysics, epistemology, ethics, everything. But even then the logic is certain. Even then is when we call an argument valid by the neology, we can call the argument as absolutely valid. Absolutely valid. It is absolutely in a sense that we call obadhito. You will not be able to make it this false or the illusory argument. It is the final, because we have some guiding principles which make the argument valid. So in logic, neologic, we have all the qualities of Western logic. At the same time, this logic is in relation to world, in relation to transcendental world, in relation to ethics. Everything we take into consideration with logic. Now, the above discussion shows that the logic, whether deduction or induction, are all for bound rationality, whether it is induction or it is deduction. Through the rules, axioms, etc., logic there always is structured in a very definite way. Truth is mainly derived from the structure of the argument, taking into consideration rules of argument, as I've already stated that. In Indian context, we do not use the word logic. Rather, we use this as Tarko Shastra. Logic is the European word, the Greek word. We call the Tarko Shastra. For the understanding of the commoners, we take the word logic, but we actually understand it by Tarko Shastra. Tarko Shastra, Nyaya Shastra, etc. In every school of Indian tradition, they have their own logical system or Tarko system of logic. As a result, we find Charbak logic, Mimamsa logic, Buddhist logic, etc. So Buddhists, they have their own logic. Mimamsa has their own logic. And so we have also the alternative systems. But the system of logic is very consistent to their metaphysics, their epistemology, etc. It is not separate something, and it is not all the time changing their logic. And as it is not, and we are also having the arguments why it is not changing. We can make a discussion separately why the system is not changing. The world is changing, corona is coming and it is going, but why the logical systems of Indian tradition, they are not changing. This is a separate discussion. If once I get the chance, then I can make the discussion. I shall try my best to make it clear why it is not changing. But you see, just now we have seen that while Professor Shorkar was narrating that Wittgenstein was in one mood when he wrote this in this Tractatus Logica Philosophicus. But see, he is changing his ideas of logic when he's coming to investigation. This we do not find in Indian philosophical tradition. So why not? Why this is so, we can discuss it separately. But this is the beauty of Indian philosophical systems. Nyo or Torko here means through which something, but the question is, what is Nyo or what is Torko? Torko had two different meanings. One is the inductive argument, other here I am giving the meaning, Torko to mean the argument or the inference. Torkante pratipaddante iti tarka. In the Torko Sangra only you can find this. Through which theoretical discussion we can establish something. To do that, we need definite language, definite thought process. So tarkante pratipaddante, it is the task of torko or the argument is to establish something, whatever that may be. That maybe I can put into my argument to prove that there are on the floor. But I'm to prove that by my argument. So I need to prove something. And that is not only the relation between the terms, not only the relation between the sentences, but as a matter of fact, I need to focus on the fact. The fact may be this external phenomena, the real world phenomena, or maybe something that's transcendental. In both ways, we can apply our inferences. Now, the question is what it comes to mean when we say the tarkante pratipaddante, through which we establish the truth relating to any and everything. And by this torko and the argument, they establish their 7 categories or 16 categories. The Boishashiko 7 categories and the Nayo these categories all are proved by their this logic. The pratipadan or establishment is possible through definite language process. Here, this is very, very important. The language process is important. How to take the language to prove something, which is technically known as pararthanuman. A particular type of language we need, which you know that is known as the pararthanuman, argument or inference for others. This language primarily very simple, but in later ages for the understanding of the argument, focus was given on technical language in modern neologic known as Nobbo. The language otherwise is very simple. Parvata bo niman dhuma. The hill has fire because it has smoke. But in the later ages, we find this language is not taken very simply because doubt came and precision of language was given. In the whole neo-neo tradition, therefore, the logicians are coming to focus on language to make the language much more definite and coming the language philosophy. Language philosophy is also for doing the logic properly to make it much more definite. Logic known as which is known as the Nobbonnayo logic. So Nobbonnayo is for what? They started for the argument. They started for, and the argument will prove all the categories, etc. But if the argument is not very clear, then they will not be able to prove the position. And so the perfection, precision of language came as the need. And the neo-philosophers, they started to introduce the Nobbonnayo language. And you find that in Tattva-Chintamani, that language is given and training also is given to the scholars and the students on this Nobbonnayo. Anyway, so primarily the language was simple, but later ages for the understanding of the argument, focus was given on technical language in modern neologic, which is known as Nobbonnayo. So if simple language is enough to establish the truth of the argument, then technical language is not required. In this sense of argument, Nayo needs, in this sense, in the argument, in the logic, therefore what will be there in the logic? What will be there? Logic means the argument. That means Tarko Shastra dealing with the argument or the Jukti or the Pararthanuman. What will be there in that argument, the Pararthanuman? There must be the Probandam and the locus of the Nayo argument Poksho. And also a Hetu, a Probandam Shadho, and the locus of the Nayo argument Poksho. These 3 important parts will constitute the Nayo argument. You can make the parts Shadho, a very complicated Shadho or complicated Hetu, whatever that may be. But the main important feature or the role or the function are of 3 different things: Hetu, Shadho, and the Poksho. So Nayo argument means the argument of Hetu, Shadho, and Poksho. So here the basic need of the argument, Nayo argument, are the only 3. Not many rules, not many things, but this is the basic requirement of the argument. For the validity, we can go for other things. So here is, you can find that there is no such that major minor term, then again minor middle term, and then finally the major and minor, they are related in the Aristotelian syllogism. Major and this minor, major and the middle then minor and the middle, then major and the minor. So in this way, the terms are playing their roles. But here we need only the three important terms, and they are not only the terms, they are also giving the reality. This is the speciality of the Neology. Neology, when considers the argument is in relation to, it takes into consideration three terms, no doubt, Hetu, Shadhu and Poksho. But Hetu, Shadhu, Poksho are not only the terms, but as we know, the Namesh Sathe Nami, here the words will take its Nami as well. That means the words are also for the object. When I say there is fire in the hill, I mean to say really there is fire in the hill. So hill is not only the term, hill is a reality. Fire is a reality and smoke is also a reality. So we take reality, we take the objects, not only spurious words, which has no meaning. Only I'm finding the relation between the words. I want to see the relationship between the objects, whether it is a plain ordinary object or it is below ordinary object, whatever that may be. But I want to see the relationship between the Poksho and the Shadhu by the Hetu. So this is the speciality of the Nyo argument, right? So they say, call it Parvato Bonnima, the standard example, Parvato Bonnima. This is the stylistic presentation. I can give any example, as you know in class also, I tell always this thing. I can take any example, but this is the stylistic presentation of the system. The Parvato Bonniman Dhuma. We know Dhumo, that means smoke, is the Proban, and Bonni, this is the fire, is the Probandam, the hill is the locus of the argument, or Nyo argument. Now, to make the argument, the form is not so important, but the factors which are most important are the following. So here we are not so much interested in the form. We can little bit change, etc. Can do in a certain context, it comes also. But we are much more interested regarding the Proban, the Probandam, the relation of the Proban and the Probandam, and the Poksho. This relation is very important between, because we are here not the term relation, term I am relating, and the middle term is missing finally, not that. We are making the relation, and the relation must be very consistent, and the relation will help me to make my inference properly. So the Shadho, the Poksho, the Hetu, and the relation between Hetu and the Shadho. This is the feature of argument in the Nyo tradition. If the relation is not a very bonding relation, chharo chharo সম্পর্ক হলে চলবে না, divorce relation হলে চলবে না, পাক্কা relation থাকতে হবে হেতুর সঙ্গে সাথে, এবং that is a factual relationship. ফায়ার, স্মোক অ্যান্ড ফায়ারের সঙ্গে রিলেশনশিপটা রিয়েলিটিতে থাকতে হবে, টার্ম রিলেশনশিপ নয়, এখানে ফ্যাক্ট রিলেশনশিপ আমাকে দেখতে হবে। So this is the beauty and the characteristics of Indian Neology. এটা হয়তো অন্যরাও গ্রহণ করবে, কিন্তু অনেক অনেক জায়গায় অনেকের সঙ্গে অনেক ডিফারেন্স আছে লজিকের পোর্শন। Now I am not aware about the Proban. If I am not aware about the Proban, I am not able to make the inference, because the question is from where or which I am to make the inference or the argument. So I should know the Proban, not the term but the fact. Same is the status of the locus of Poksho, where I need to prove the existence of the Shadhu. So all these things are really there existing. These three important implies not the terms only, but the fact. The facts like the hill, the fire, and the smoke. In addition, one must be certain about the relation between the fact and the smoke, fact of smoke and fire, which is technically known as Bapti relation. The relation technically known as Shahucharo Niyamo. I'm coming very rapidly. I'm coming to this discussion. Shahucharo Niyamo. Shahucharo Niyamo means factually the Shahucharo Niyamo. Hetu and Shadhu, as a matter of fact, they coexist in different places. The relation must be such that wherever there is smoke, there is fire. There should not be any counterexample of the relation. Even I can take one single example if there is no counterexample. Bhuyo Shahocharo Darshano is given, said, But this Bhuyochara Sahochara Darshana I may not have. One single example also will be enough in some cases. But if there is no counter example, so regarding the relation of Bhakti, much focus we don't find in old Neo school. What this relation is. In Neo-Neo text, focus is given to the concept of Bhakti, the concomitant relation and our process of knowing certainly. And our process of knowing certainly the relation. Here I want to make my own feeling and experience regarding it, particularly in relation to this concept. Bhakti is so central in Neo-logic, so central. Without this, we can't think about the argument. And this Bhakti is focused in the Nobbonaya, in Bhakti Panchok and Siddhanta Lakshan. The tradition of Indian philosophy itself is always they consider, they respect their opponents, and then they try to discard the position of the opponent. For giving the importance to the opponent, Gangesh in his Tattva Chintamani has written Bhakti Panchok chapter. Then in the Siddhanta Lakshan, he has given the conclusion from the Nobbonaya part. In one meeting or something like that, one person was telling that if I sit for the syllabus making program, I'll first deny the text Bhakti Panchok. Professor Ghosh, you please listen to this point. I first discard the Bhakti Panchok text. Why? Because what for this has given in the it has no meaning, useless text. Now today I'm feeling very happy to say that Bhakti Panchok, the Nobbonaya, they have focused on language. That Bhakti relation, not only the Sahochara Niyame, but what kind of Sahochara? For that, to establish that, they have considered this opposition in 5 different definitions in Bhakti Panchok. Then in Siddhanta Lakshan, they have given, the very simply the Sahochara Niyama definition in a very technical language. So these 2 chapters are so important, but we need good teachers for giving the lessons of the subject that we can demand. But these are to understand the Neo-logic properly. If there is no Bhakti Panchok, if you discard from the syllabus the Bhakti Panchok, that means you don't have any idea about Indian logic. So Bhakti Panchok must be, Siddhanta Lakshan must be, and we need good teachers for giving them the lessons. So Bhakti Panchok is the heart of argument. This Bhakti is the heart of argument. Hetu Shaddo Poksho, and the relation means the Bhakti relation. So the school has stated that Bhuyo Darshan, Bhuyo Sahochara Darshana is the Bhakti, but in some cases they have also admitted that Shakrit Darshana also may be enough if there is no counter example. So the assurance of certainty of the relation between smoke and fire, so important for the argument of Neo, fire from smoke. The question arises, how can I make the certainty regarding the existence of counter example? Whether there is any counter example, how do I know? I'm not always about the counter example. So one may be skeptic regarding such relation, and I may not know any counter example, but even then I can doubt that why you are making such Bhakti relation between the smoke and the fire. I don't believe so. Why I do not believe so? Because I know that from David Hume's literature, that Hume stated in one place, the sun may not rise in the east tomorrow. Sun may not rise in the east tomorrow. If this is the case, who told you? Who has given you the guarantee that sun will rise tomorrow in the east? So I can doubt there may be the case that there is no such relation between smoke and the fire. Maybe change in future, near future. Here, therefore, they, the Neo-logic, they have also again instrument for that. how to discard the skeptical doubt, how to discard the Bhavichar or Nirasho, how can be done, Tarko, etc. I'm not going for the detail because in the undergraduate only you know. One may, so logic is what therefore? The nature of the logic? Logic means it considers the argument Nyo Jukti, which comprises by Hetu Shadho and Poksho, and also the Bhakti relation. What for? Not for the to understand the relations between the terms, but to understand truly the relation between the objects of the world. Objects of the world or objects of the transcendental world, if you believe, or objects of the lower classes, whatever that may be, the fire or the air or the water, etc. So one may say that who has told that the future, I have given this. In this case, from the Nyo standpoint, we will say that the same who has given the guarantee about there is a concomitant relation between smoke and fire. This is known as Bhavichar Ashonka. Nyo school has its own way to resolve this Ashonka, that means doubt. By this, the relation of Bhakti is ascertained and the argument is made valid. By inductive argument, the doubt regarding the relation is dissolved. That is, that you know also by Torko that debate can be resolved. So if that is resolved, if I can make my point clear that Bhakti is certain, so then on the basis of that Bhakti, if I know that Bhakti, my knowledge is important. If I know properly the Bhakti, I can make a valid argument. And that valid argument will not be changed. And the argument will not be changed in near future. It will be always the same argument. All the schools have used argument, logic or Nyo, but this school is most important for their logical system. The school not only concentrates on Shaddo, Hetu, Poksho, Bhakti, etc. This Nyo is used both for the knowledge of ordinary objects and extraordinary objects. So the logic is realistic as well as very pragmatic. So in our ordinary life, in our other lives also, we need, if we want to apply logic, if we take everything emotionally, that is one thing. But if you want to apply logic, this Nyo logic will actually help us. তাহলে সেই লজিক শুধু কষা হবে না, সে লজিক পোষা হবে আমাদের। লজিককে আমরা নিজের জীবনে নিয়ে নিতে পারবো to apply the logic, and we can have a better life for by this. So in অর্থশাস্ত্র of Chanakya, which we find in the commentary of the Sutra 1 of Naya Sutra, Pradipo Sarva Vidyanam Upayo Sarva Karmani. You know this sentence. So Naya is the Pradipo Sarva Karmanam. If we do not know everything by the Pradip, by the candle of Naya argument, things are not clear. Asraya Sarva Dharmanam Shyam Annikiki Mata. Even whatever is my dharma, my duties, I am to make it clear by the argument, and the argument we can take from the Naya school. And finally, this Torko is taken for the entry of the heritage Shastras, especially Vedas, as an Anga Shastra. If we want to enter, people they say that at one time Veda was not given to the girls, ladies. Why? Now it is free. We can learn Vedas, no restriction, but we are not learning. Why? Because we are not aware of the Sharanga of the Vedas. There, I'm little bit fear about to say all these things, but we know that to read Vedas does not mean that I can take the text and I read Vedas. The Sharango is important. That means the preconditions. And for the other preconditions, Naya is one of them. I should be very clear about the Naya logic, Naya as logical system, Naya as argument, and I should learn that properly. And other things are also there. Then I will be able to enter in the heritage Shastras. So if we are given chances to learn all these things in the modern way, no doubt only by Sanskrit reading and Bengali translation, not that. If we are given the proper training on all these subjects, then we can understand Vedas. And for that, we need to take the help of Naya argument. Thank you so much. Here I stop. Time to stop. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. Thank you, Professor Uma Chattopadhyay. You have beautifully, clearly delineated the nature of non-Western logic, especially the nature of Indian logic in general and of Naya logic in particular. In your lecture, you also have clearly explained the nature of Aristotelian as well as Stoic logic. The most important thing is that you have explained the theme of our seminar, which was due on our part. Thank you for this wonderful explanation. Now I will request the audience to give some do, if you have any question, please ask directly, or you can post your question in the chat box. Do you have any question? So so may I ask a question, madam? Um, Hello, uh, am I audible, madam?
Yes, yes.
Uh, Actually, in your lecture, that you have mentioned that Indian logic is based on you know the relation of concomitance, Vyakti, and that actually relate the three important things, Poksha, Sadhya, and Hetu. And if we look at the Western logic, especially in Aristotelian logic, we can find three type of terms, as you have already mentioned, the middle term, major term, and the minor term. So is there any difference or any kind of similarity between these two set of terms and concept in Indian philosophy, especially in Naya, and in Western philosophy in Aristotelian logic? Will you please
Thank
explain?
you, Pradeep. The first point is this, that not the relation in the neology, not the relation between three, Shabdu, Poksha, and Hetu. In the Bhakti, in case of Bhakti, it is the relation between only the Hetu and the Shadhu, that means Prabhan and the Prabandam.
Okay.
When we come to the Paramarsha, then we relate the Poksha with that. So it is not three terms, number one. Secondly, here the terms, so here is the difference. Aristotelian logic, we are finding the terms, three terms, and here the two terms. If we speak it in terms of this term, then two terms. Secondly, these terms are not only terms; they are the what can we say? They have the intentionality. They have the objects corresponding. The vacuous term is not in will be acceptable in the in this Indian logic, because this is realistic logic, pragmatic logic. So the words are always for the fact. The fact may be of different kinds, no doubt, but about the fact. So not the term, but the term relating to the facts. So we take not that Socrates is a philosopher. All philosophers are mortal. All philosophers are mortal, and some philosophers are poet. Then some philosophers are mortal. No, what will be the conclusion? Whatever that may be, we can come to only to relate the terms, not the facts. But here we make the relation between the facts. So when you make the Bhakti relation, it is the relation between the facts. When we make the Paramarsha, then also I am adding, like the Aristotelian way, I am relating the two facts, and I am relating the two facts with the Poksho, the locus. So a big difference between the Aristotelian logic and this Indian logic, particularly the Neo logic.
Okay, thank you, madam.
Hello, hello, madam.
Yes.
Hello, ma'am. I have a question.
Hmm.
Whatever I understand,
Hmm.
Indian logic means only the Nya logic. Nya logic means the Bapti সম্পর্ক, or the other arguments, whatever we have by the Charvakas, by the Buddha, by the Jainas, every argument, they all include in Indian logic, because they have their logic. Whatever they said, that everything has a logical sequence.
Hmm.
They all include in Indian logic, or Indian logic means only Naya logic, whatever
No, no,
they said by.
thank you, Piali. The Indian logic is not the logic only for the Neo-logic. Indian logic means all the logical systems of Mimamsa logic, the Neo-logic, and the Buddhist logic is very, very important Buddhist logic. So to stand, to make clear the Neo position, you need to face the arguments from the Buddhist point. We are always free in our understanding to accept others, to see, to listen the position of the others. Right? So they have their own argument, they have their own theory of logic. But the point is this, the most famous and generally the positions of others are discarded by the Neo position. So finally, we find the Neo logic become, it has in the history of logic, you can see that it has received the highest position in logic. Right, and the development of logic we find when we see Tattva Chintamani, the Anuman Khanda is very big in relation to the Pratyaksha Khanda or the Upaman Khanda or the Shabda Khanda. Shabda Khanda is also big, but this Anuman Khanda, because Naya is important for its logic specially, not for the metaphysics. Right, so every system has their own logic. Sometimes they follow the logic of others. For example, the Boishishik generally will follow the logic of the Naya.
চুপ করো, চুপ।
Will only classify the inferences in a different way. That much. Otherwise, they accept. So there are different systems, and they will narrate it differently, no doubt. But Naya is important, and I love this system because it is very realistic and very pragmatic as well, not idealistic logic. Absolutely realistic and pragmatic logic, which we use in our day-to-day life. This is important for me, and so I respect this logic much. Thank you.
One question.
Thank you, ma'am.
One question from our audiences uh, in YouTube channel. Apri Datto from Kaji Nazrul University. She asked, she wanted to know any deontic logic of Mimamsaka, that does Mimamsaka has any sense of deontic logic. This is not actually question. She actually wanted to know about is there any kind of deontic logic or logic of imperative in Mimamsaka's theory or Mimamsaka logic?
Yes, there must be. The Mimamsa school, I'm not going for the detail, but when the Mimamsa philosophy is all the time considering the vidhis, the structure, the implications, everything. So when they will formulate their logical system, and already they have, they will provide the deontic logic, no problem. No problem. We generally focus on Neo logic and Buddhist logic. So they are ignored. But if we take into consideration, we can find that kind of logic there, no problem.
Okay, thank you, madam.
Thank you. Apri is our student.
Madam, one question. Actually, I was thinking about when you were saying that Noyaikos applied their logic both in transcendental matters, supernatural matters, as well as in empirical matters. My question is that we know that Noyaikos are hardcore realists, and they actually rely on the loko ব্যবহারও or the empirical matters in all sphere of their argumentation. At the same time, they are applying their logic to the supernatural things and argument about supernatural things. How would they reconcile the matter, the relation between supernatural things and the empirical objects, empirical phenomena?
Beautiful question, Siddhi. It's a brilliant question. But the answer will be very simple. Because when we use the word transcendental, we focus, we give some color on that concept, transcendental, which is beyond my experience. No. When one experiences the transcendental, that is like the ordinary world, right? For example, when Swamiji was experiencing Ramakrishna, the touch of transcendentality, that was something very real, very close to his heart as well as behavior. Not only that, when Swamiji went to, as Noren went to Ramakrishna with his friends, only to see what this person, very simple and very village-like personality, is doing there. With only young curiosity, he went there. And when Ramakrishna took him inside and was trying to give him this what is known as this sweet sugar, etc., and butter, and he was trying to resist and was telling, please give it to me, I'll distribute to my friends and then I will take it. And he told, no, 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 you take, and was trying to give him directly, you please eat from me and I will distribute to your friends. And he was surprised to see that. But that was a transcendental incident. That is not generally the incident to many, for us. Then when he came out and he saw, Noren was looking to this, that person was totally different, was absolutely a normal, and very politely, in a polished way, he was distributing his butter and those sugar, cubes, to his friends. But he was surprised to see that what kind of touch I got inside. He was only surprised, these two elements, two events. So when the transcendental phenomena comes to you, you will not be able to understand whether it is factual, is in front, or it is something other than you know. So transcendentality, what kind of transcendentality we use from the European context, we don't take it in that way. It is absolutely very common to us. Those who have experienced will not think that that is something transcendental to him. That is very near, close to him. He is there and that is there. Number one. Secondly, in Nyayakushumanjali, Udayanacharya is giving arguments to prove the existence of God. He is not showing only from the Vedas and the Shrutis that the God is there. No. He took the oppositions of Mimamsa, Veda, Bauddha, etc., and giving his arguments to prove that existence of God is to be accepted. And on the text, so many commentaries we find are there. So that can also be done if something is not coming to me in the natural way.
Okay, thank you, madam. Thank you for your wonderful lecture. Many of our young scholars and students and teachers will definitely be benefited by your lecture and encouraged and will take rigorous courses on Indian logic, especially Nyayo and Nobonayo, and stalwarts like you and Professor Raghunath Bose are there to teach us, and you will show the right path. Thank you, madam. Now, this is the last lecture of our session. We are going to start the last lecture of our session. Professor Raghunath Ghosh, former Professor Emeritus of Philosophy, North Bengal University, Siliguri, West Bengal, India. He is specialized in Indian philosophy and classically trained in Indian philosophy as well as modern philosophy. He has published 19 books, 250 papers in different professional journals, and edited many volumes of anthology. Professor Ghosh was widely traveled and lectured in different universities uh, in Netherlands, France, England, Japan, Germany, USA, Poland, Finland, Singapore, China, Greece, Malaysia, Romania, apart from Bangladesh, he also visited Bangladesh and researched with Professor uh, Kuno Lorenz, University of Saarland, Germany, under the auspices of Dud Fellowship. He was recipient of Best Book Award, Indo-French Cultural Exchange Fellowship, National Visiting Professorship, and Senior Fellow by Indian Council of Philosophical Research, New Delhi. He had assumed the office of Dean, Faculty of Arts, Commerce and Law, Director, Center for Management Studies of North Bengal University, Center for Buddhist Studies, Center for Ambedkar Studies, Center for Women Studies, and Academic Staff College, UGC, of North Bengal University. I will request Professor Raghunath Ghosh, sir, please start your lecture. We are extremely sorry for uh, delaying the. Actually, we are running short of the time. Sir, please start your lecture.
Okay. Good afternoon to all of you. So, my respected Vice Chancellor, my respected Umadi, with whom I have learned many things now, my student-like two senior colleagues, one is Siddiqui, another is Iti. They are indirectly my student, but not directly. And the rest of the faculty members are my direct students. So I am very much thankful to all of you for remembering me in this occasion and giving me some scope for saying on the contribution of the logicians, Nobbonayaikos, in the field of logic and philosophy, what we call logic. So at the very beginning, I will tell that there are certain basic differences between Nobbonyaya and Nyaya. Not only that, there is a chronological gap. Nobbonyaya started from Udayana, 10th century onwards. And still Nobbonyaya, after 10th century, the Indian scholars developed a peculiar language, technical language. And this technical language is taken from Nobbonyaya. Whatever is written after 12th century, either in the case of Nyaya or in the case of literature, in the case of Vedanta, in case of literature, if you read Rasagangadhar, there is a good book on aesthetics that is written in Nobbonyaya language. If you read Advaita Siddhi of Madhusudan Saraswati, it is a book on Advaita. It is written in Nobbonyaya language. If you go through the Dvaita literature, Vallabhacharya, Madhva, all are given in a language, technical language, which is called literature or which is called the Nobbonyaya language. However, let me start with some of the basic differences. I agree to some extent with Umadi that Nyayo and Nobbon Nyayo, they are the representative of logicians of India. But one thing I should like to tell, that in case of Nyayo and Nobbon Nyayo, it is good that factual references must be there. Without factuality, Anuman or inference or logic is not possible. But at the same time, they have believed in the formal system also. Both formality and materiality has gone together. She, Umadi, has referred to Pancha-Avayava Nyaya. This Panchayam Avayab Nyaya is nothing but the 5 steps, formal step. But not only formal, it has got material also. So in this way, the Nobbonayaikos, they have developed a logic, which we call formal logic and also material in the true sense of the term. And what is the difference between some of the points is like this. In Nyaya, there are 16 categories as rightly pointed out. 16 categories means there is Pramana, there is Prameya, there is Apavarga, everything is there. But in Nobbon Nyaya, only the epistemological part is given emphasis. Epistemological part, the pioneer of Nobbon Nyaya is Gangesha. And Gangesha wrote 2 volumes of Tattva Chintamani, which is the pioneer work of Nobbon Nyaya. That is on 4 pramanas: Pratyaksha, Anuman, Upaman and Shabd. So emphasis is much given on the epistemological part of Indian philosophy. And it is correct that logic cannot be bifurcated from epistemology, metaphysics and ethics. In Indian logic, we can tell that logic is the builder, or we can say logic is the ground of all literature. So if logic is the ground of all literature, then logic is the ground of epistemology, logic is the ground of metaphysics, logic is ground of ethics, like this. But among the ethics and metaphysics, the Nobbonayaikos have given importance on epistemology. That is 4 pramanas. And in order to do this, they have given the logic of epistemology. And the logic of epistemology means the logical foundation of perception, logical foundation of inference, logical foundation of upaman, that is similarity, and logical foundation of shabda praman, or a testimonial cognition. And second, so these are the epistemological foundation. Logic is the epistemological foundation of the Nobbonayaikos. That's why the 4 volume on epistemology. Metaphysics is less discussed by the Nobbonayaikos, though they have given 1 chapter, Ishwaranumana, the inference of God. That is a logical structure, logical argument for the existence of God. And that is also inserted in the chapter of Anumana. It is not inserted in the metaphysics. That's why rightly told Umadi that Udayana has given few arguments for the existence of God, and those arguments are natural argument, logical argument. That is true. third difference from Nyayo and Nabonyayo is the first they have put forth the logic. Shruti is the secondary. Though they have admitted Shruti, they have admitted Shruti as a Praman, but they have given logic first. So far as the God is concerned, they have given series of arguments for the existence of God. One I can instantly tell you, which is the fundamental concept in the existence of God, that is a kind of anuman. What is that? Kshitam kuradikam kartrijannam karyatvat ghatavat. Just as a jar, just as the tree, these are the product of nature. This is the product of the world. And but by virtue of being product, it must have some cause. So just as behind ghata, that is jar, a potter is taken as the agency, an agent of God. So Kumbhakar is the cause of the pot. So in the great tree is produced. So what is the cause of the great tree? They are telling Ankuradikam. The sprout is the cause of big tree. Just as sprout is the cause of big tree, just as potter is the cause of a pot, so like this beautiful world has been created by someone, and which is the first product, if you consider, they will tell, the Naiyayikos will tell, Nabonyaikos will tell, the first product is binary atom, Dhanuka. Because Paramanu is something is the last limit, which can never be divided. So we have to start with Paramanu. And if we start with Paramanu, then two Paramanus, the conjunction of two Paramanu is the first effect, E1. And from this, we can get the great E, capital E effect. So whole world, creation of the whole world started with Dhanuka, that is binary atom. And who is the creator of the binary atom? The atom is Nitya, eternal. But conjunction is not Nitya. There is destruction of two atoms, therefore there is a dissolution or proroy. So for creation, we have to conjoin these two atoms. Now the problem is also for the quantum physicians. In CERN, Switzerland, they are thinking how two Paramanus are conjoined together. Is there any power within? Had there been power within the Paramanus, it would have been conjoined together. And it will go on conjoining. And if it goes on conjoining, there will be only Srishti, creation, no dissolution. But actually we find there is both creation and there is both dissolution. So what power is between two atoms from which we can explain the creativity, we can explain the dissolution. So for the Naiyayikos, it is God, conscious being, which makes conjoined the two atoms. But the scientists will tell, no, there is no God. How they are conjoined? There must be some inbuilt power. So there is a fight is going on between philosophers and the quantum mechanic physicians. I hope the Nyayo, as being a philosophy student, I can tell, Nyayo is more accurate because at the time of dissolution, there was no human being, no power in the truth sense of the term. So God
না স্যার
came
চলছে লাস্ট
and
লাস্ট লেকচার চলছে
conjoined the atom
আচ্ছা স্যার আচ্ছা
and
স্যার থ্যাংক ইউ
creation start. So creation started. So in this way we can tell that in epistemology the metaphysics is included. That's why God is proved as the world, as the cause of this beautiful world, agent of this beautiful world. Again, the third difference is that in Nabonnayo, there are so many padarthos, innumerable padarthos, and innumerable relationships have been accepted. So there is no limit of the padarthos. In Nyaya, we know Drabbagun, Karma, Samanno, Bishish, Samavaya, and Abhav. But the Nayaikos will finish. Their world is limited with these 7. But Nabonnayo world is not limited with the 7. They have given so many new concepts, which is the creation of the mind of the Nabonnayaikos. As Umadi was telling, that all these Pancha, Abhayav, Nyaya and all these Bhakti Panchako, these are nothing but parts in so far as the logical part is concerned. But there is a book, Bangalir Mostisker Apabhyavahar, in Bengali. I forget the name of the Bengali Pandit. So he told that all this Nabonnayo thinking is the wastage of brain drain, because there is no logic at all. But I will tell, yes, there is a logic. And what are the logic? Because an object can be known as Drabbo, as Guno, as Karma. These are the truth. But at the same time, the object can be known as content of object, that is Vishaya. And myself can be known as Vishayi. So Vishaya has got a characteristic of feature called Vishayata, and in the agent who has got the content of knowledge is called Vishayi. So he has got Vishayita. Again, we will have Tadatma Sambandha. In Prachin Nyaya, main relationship is Sangyog and Samavaya. Tadatma is the product of the Nabonnayaik. They say, Ghato Ghato, the jar is jar. Some of the Nabonnayikos tell that this is not a relation, this is not a padartha at all. Tadatma is not a relation at all. Because there is nothing which is called new in it. Ghato, it is tautology. In Western terms, it may be called tautology. So tautology has nothing new to say. So it is not a relation. But I will tell, it is a relation from a Nyaya standpoint, Nabonnaya standpoint. Again, there are innumerable Swarupa relationship. Why Swarupa accepted the logic of Swarupa, I will tell. There is Avachedakata is there. Kalika Samparka is there, Doishika is there, Adharata is there, Adhyata is there. So innumerable relationship and innumerable padarthas. Nirupata is there, Nirupakata is there. Why these are important, I will discuss very short because time is not much with me. So that's why in Nabonnayo, innumerable relationships are there. That's why they are called Sambandhi. In Bengali society, Sambandhi is wife's elder brother. So Nabonnayikos, the old Nayayikos and other system called, they are my wife's elder brother. That's why they believe in Sambandhi, so many relationships. Though joking apart, it's a joke. It's a kind of jokingly told by others, but there is a necessity of this. I will tell the necessity of accepting different relationships and different padarth.
আমি সবাই ভাবছিলাম যে
And lastly,
নির্মালীরা এত
the
সম্বন্ধ
role
স্বীকার
of
করে ওদেরকে
Shruti,
সম্বন্ধী বলে অন্য
the
কিছু
role
বলে
of
সেটা
Vedas,
মানে ভাবছিলাম
it
আশা
is
ঠিকঠাক করেনি
secondary in the Nobundan. Role of logic first, as I told you, if you see the Ishara Anumano, you will get so many arguments. If you go to the Ramarudri and Dinokari commentary of the Nobbonaya, of the Siddhanta Muktaboli, there are 13 to 14 arguments, just like Udayana, for the existence of God. And lastly, they told one line, that whatever argument we have given is supported by Shruti also. What is that argument? Not argument, only one line from the Shruti. Deva bhumi janayan devo vishwasya karta bhuvanasya gupta. This is supported by whatever we called, whatever we accepted is supported by Veda. So these are the some practical differences between two types of logic. Now, regarding
স্যারের বাড়িতে বয়স্ক
two
কে
or
আছে
three things,
স্যারের মা বেঁচে
I
আছে
will say first
শাশুড়ি
that whatever I know, it is called Vishaya, that is object of content of knowledge.
না ছিলেন
And content of knowledge is called Vishaya, and the contentness is called Vishayata. So what type of Vishayata in Nobbonaya? It is told there is a book
ড্রয়িং রুমে এটা করছে
of Gadadhar Bhattacharya, Vishayata. Again, one point I forgot to
এটা কি
mention,
শিলিগুড়ি বাড়ি না
that
কলকাতা
in Purva Paksha, the Nobbonayaikos have taken the Purva Paksha only two. First, the old Nayaikos, second, the Prabhakara Mimamsa. The book Bhakti Panchako, 5 definitions have been given to answer a question raised by Prabhakara Mimamsa. King Tabod Abbavicharitattvam. What is called Abbavicharitattvam? In order to make them understand the word Abbavicharitattva raised by the Mimamsaka, Prabhakaras, normally we think that Prabhakaras are ritualists, but not actually so. They are good logicians at the same time. So they are the major Purva Paksha of Gangesh, and also the old Nayayikas. So they told, but in Prachin Nyaya, not only Prabhakaras, almost mainly the Buddhists are the major opponent, apart from others. So Buddhists are the major. Whole Nyaya Manjari is Purvapakha is Buddhist, Prabhakaras, Bhattos and others. But in Nobbonaya, only two Purvapakhas have been taken into account. One is that Nobbonaya, Prachin Nayayika, another is Prabhakar Mimamsaka. Now Vishayata is concerned, Gadadhar Bhattacharya told about Vishayata. What Vishayata? Contentness. Whenever I know the jar is the Vishay. And Vishay has got Vishayata, contentness as a property. So what type of contentness in a content may be? There are 3 types of contentness in a cognition, in an object of cognition. What are the 3 types of contentness? One is Visheshata Nishtho Vishayata. In fact, a Savikalpaka cognition, determinate cognition, can provide you a holistic cognition. Holistic means Savikalpaka. Holistic means it is amalgamation of three parts. One part is called Vishesho, another part is called Visheshan, and in between there is a relation. So when I have got the determinate cognition about jar, we have got three properties. Ghato is there, Ghatotto is there, and the relation between Samavayo is also there. So three are amalgamated. This amalgamated cognition, holistic cognition, is called Savikalpa. So Vishayata is a holistic Vishayata. And holistic Vishayata means it is amalgamated by three types of Vishayata. One type of Vishayata exists in the qualificandhood, which is called Visheshata. Another type of Vishayata remains in qualifierhood, Visheshanata, and another type of cognition we find, content we find, it is in the relation which is called Sangsargata. So we have three types of Vishayata, as told by Gadadhar. What is Visheshata Nishcha Vishayata? That is a kind of contentness existing in a qualificant. Visheshanata Nishcha Vishayata, a kind of contentness existing in the qualifier, and a kind of contentness remaining in the relation between two, which is called Samsargata Nishto Vishayata. Now, if three things are there, it is called Savikalpaka cognition. But in Nambonnaya, Nirvikalpaka has been accepted. Shivjan Babu has translated beautifully the book with text. Now, Nambonnaya theory of indeterminate perception. And what the Gangesha will tell, when this holistic cognition becomes indeterminate, he told, rather the Gangesha told, that if there is only Visheshata and other side there is Visheshanata, Ghato is there and Ghatatva is there, but no relationship in between. If this be the case, I cannot relate Ghatatva with Ghato. Ghato is one side and Ghatatva is another side. Then there is no relating factor. The first one, holistic cognition, Siddiqui might understand better A or B. In symbolic language, we call A capital R B. A is the one Vishesha, R is the relation, and B is the Visheshan. So A and B are Vishesha and Visheshan. In between there is a relation. But Nabbonayaikos are telling R is not there. Dharmakirti vehemently opposite, made some opposite comment to that, objected to this. He told A and B is there, but no relationship. Then it is called Nirvikalpa. Vishesho Visheshano Anavagahi Gyan. Vaishishto Anavagahi. The holistic cognition is technically called Vaishishto. Vaishishto consists of three things, Vishesha, Visheshan and Samsarga. Vaishishto Avagahi Gyan is Savikalpa, where abiding three factors. But there is a cognition abiding two factors only. That is Vaishishto Anavagahi. And Vaishishto Anavagahi means, Avagahan means to take bath. When two things are not taking bath, two things are taking bath, one is not there, then it is called Vaishishto Anavagahi. So one part there is a Vishesha, another part there is a Visheshan, and no Samsargata is there. This type of cognition is called nirvikalpoko cognition. But it is not beyond question. The logicians raised many questions, particularly the Buddhist logician. In his Sambandha Pariksha, there is a good book of Dharmakirti. He told that how can you tell Nirvikalpoko is there? Because A and B cannot remain in void. If there is no relationship in between them, you cannot grasp the knowledge of A and B. Because two are separated from each other. Maybe A is 1 kilometer away, B is few kilometers away. How can you relate them? And how can you tell their Vishesha and Visheshan? I can tell red flower because redness is connected with flower. But if there is no relationship at all between red and flower, how can I say that red is the Visheshan and flower is the Vishesha? This question has been raised by Dharmakirti. And Gangesha is telling, and some Pandits of later stage, like Panchanan Bhattacharya and others, had given some justification. What is the justification? It is the latest justification. Panchanan Pandit Mashai told, without samsargata, without relationship, Vishesha and Visheshan, these are useless words. Vishesha, Visheshanata nirupito. That is, Vishesha is determined by Visheshan. Again, Visheshan is determined by Vishesha. Just like father is determined by son. Son is determined by father. Wife is determined by husband. Husband is determined by wife. So, had there been no relationship, then these two Vishesha and Visheshan, the usage are useless. This is told by later Pandits. And second problem, that if there is no Vishayata at all in Nirvikalpoko, how can you tell Nirvikalpoko is a Prama? Prama's definition you have given, Tadvati Tat Prakara Prama. If some characteristics are in the object really, then it is Prama. So in Nirvikalpoko stage, Samsargata is not there. Vishayata is not there. Then how can you tell this is the object of our knowledge, this is Prama? Because you have given, the logicians have given definition of Prama first, then definition of Pramano, then Prama is of Mekhotai, Pratyakha Upaman Shabda, and Pratyaksha is up to Pratyaksham Didha, Savikalpako, Nirvikalpako Bhedeno. So it is, Nirvikalpako is the part of the Prama. How do you justify it is part of the Prama? Had there been no relationship at all, Vishayata at all, object is not there, but I am telling it is Prama. This is a foolish statement. So Dharmakirti told, and later Pandits also told, Panchanan Bhattacharya told, without Vishayata, how can the object be taken as a Vishaya? So he told that there is a Vishayata which is inconceivable in nature. Muktavali Sangraha, there is a beautiful commentary. All of you have read the book in the postgraduate level, Bhasha Pariched Siddhanta Muktavali. And Siddhanta Muktavali has got two commentaries, one in Bengali, another in Sanskrit. In Sanskrit, commentary is called Muktavali Sangraha. that Muktavali Sangraha Panditji told that in Nirvikalpako it is not true that there is no Vishayata. There is a kind of Vishayata. But it is not Visheshatanishto, it is not Visheshanatanisto, it is not Sangsaragatanisto. Then what type of Vishayata? It is told, invented by him. It is a kind of Vishayata which is called Turiya Vishayata, fourth type of Vishayata, which is not conceivable in the normal stage, but you must accept by virtue of being taken it as a prama. As you have already taken it a prama, so you must accept there is a relationship. There is a Vishayata. And what type of Vishayata? Vishayata is a kind of fourth Vishayata which is called Turiya Vishayata. In this way, we call that there is a kind of, moreover it is told in Bhasha Parichhed, Jnanam Jat Nirvikalpakham Tad Atindriyamishrati. Nirvikalpakam Jnanam Atindriyam. The Nirvikalpaka cognition is beyond sensuous level. If it is beyond sensuous level, then how can it be perception at all? So again, second problem comes. That's what, for the sake of argument, we have to accept that Nirvikalpaka has got a Vishayata, and this Vishayata is called Turiya Vishayata. So Sangsargata is there, and we don't accept that Sangsargata is not there. But Shivjogan Babu and Gangesh are told that Sangsargata is not there, only Visheshata and Visheshanata is there, therefore it is a kind of Nirvikalpaka Pratyaya. Whether we accept it or not, it's another matter. Now, second portion of my lecture I will come, that whatever is told by Umadi, I won't tell all these things. She told about Bhakti, no problem, that Jatra Dhomas Tatra Vanni iti Niyamo Bhakti, any Vabhichara Graho Niyamo Bhakti. Niyam means where you will have, what is called, it is not that a kind of logic is involved here. What is? Vabhichar will not be there. And Vabhichar will not be there if there is no Vabhichar which is called Abvabhichar. And if Abvabhicharatva is there, it is called Niyam. Niyam means when you cannot break the rule, is Niyamo. And it is the Siddhanta Lakshana, it is more clear. Athava hetumannishtho viraha pratijogina sadhyeno hetu samanadhikaranam bhakti. That is the coexistence between Sadho and Hetu, between Hetu and Sadho is a kind of bhakti. And Hetu has got some characteristic features which will be the non-counter positive of the absolute absence existing in the locus of it. So these are some of the complications. I won't tell about that. Suppose Charvaka told that Bhakti is not possible because in future, so far as the future is concerned, there is no guarantee, there is no assurance that the future smoke will be associated with the future smoke will be associated with fire. This is not there. So the problem is, so there is a Vabhichar Ashanka. Vabhichar Ashanka may be everywhere. It may be raised by Charvakos, it may be raised by all Naiyayikos also. So Vabhichar Ashanka, it is told that Shakrit Darshan single observation between two may be the cause of bhakti. Bhuyo darshan, that is a repeated observation, may not take us yielding the knowledge of bhakti, but sometimes it is essential. Ganges told that Babichar Bhuyo Darshanam tu Babichara Shanka Vidhunana Dwara Prayajyate. The repeated observation is sometimes essential only to remove the knowledge of deviation, the doubt of deviation. And how can you remove the doubt? There is a smoke without fire. If someone claims in future, how can you tell that no question of Babichar here? There are three methods. One method you can use Samanna Lakshana Pratyaksha. Because by virtue of being Samanna, Dhumatto Prakarena Dhuma Sarvatra Vidyate. Dhuma exists everywhere if there is Dhumatto. And if Banditto is there, fireness is there, it will be everywhere. So Dhumatto and Banditto, there is an invariable relationship. And from this invariable relationship, we can have an invariable relation between Dhumo and fire, Bandi, the smoke and fire. So one point is Samanna Lakshana Pratyakha, that is mentioned by Gangesha. Second is Torko. Torko is a very beautiful thing. So far as the Indian logic is concerned, and for Western logician also it is very interesting. Torko has so many meanings. First meaning is Torkante Butpadante, as told by Umadi, that is correct. The argumentation through which something is established. Argumentation through which something is established is called Torko. Second Torko is a kind of Torko Sangraha. What is called Torko Sangraha? Torka Dravyadi Saptapada. 7 categories are called Torko. Third meaning is Torko is an aproma. And my friends of Western logicians will be happy to know that 3 invalid cognitions, Samshay, Viporchoy and Torko. 3 have got methodological value in philosophy. Now we are concerned with only Torko. So Torko is a kind of argumentation which we call in West, similar to West, a reductio ad absurdum method. A reductio ad absurdum method. If you tell something, and if you say, and with this saying, if opposite standpoint is shown to be absurd, this standpoint is shown to be absurd, it's called reductio ad absurdum. Just like as I told, Radho Bandhiman, somebody told me that the lake is having fire. This is impossible. Lake cannot have fire. Then I can tell you in 2 ways. One way, what you are telling like nonsense. Lake cannot have fire. This is one way of answering. Another way of answering is this. If you tell lake is the reservoir of fire, then I will tell that we can cook our food on the lake water. So if and then, these are the 2 parts. This is called hypothetical argument. If there is fire in the lake, it would presume to say that fire can produce the cooking purpose. Fire can be used for for cooking purpose. Fire can never be used for cooking purpose. So this is absurdity. And from this absurdity, we prove the absurdity of antecedent, that fire does not exist in the lake. So if you say there is smoke without fire, then I can have a thought like this, a reduction ad absurdum like this. Had there been fire without smoke, then smoke would not have been caused by fire. যদি ধূম বহ্নি ব্যভিচারী স্যাৎ তর্হি বহ্নিজন্য নস্যাৎ. There are two argumentation, hypothetical, if and then. If we say, had there been smoke without fire, ধূম যদি বহ্নি ব্যভিচারী স্যাৎ, had there been smoke without fire, then you have to come to another conclusion, that smoke would not have been produced by fire. But what we see in our eyes, the smoke is produced by fire. And from this, you have to prove the first thing. What is the first thing? Had there been a fire without smoke, it is also false. And this is called torko in one sense. It is called anishta prasango. I tell you some absurd thing, undesirable consequence. I draw your attention to the undesirable consequences and show you that undesirable consequence is not only undesirable but absurd. Suppose if you tell P, I can tell what whole nonsense you are telling. My point is not P. Or in other words, I can tell, let us take P is true. And then you apply the 19 rules of replacement, rules of others, truth, functional rules. And you will say in one place there is P and not P, which is contradictory. From this, I can prove your P is false, my not P is true. So this is another way of proving. This is called reductio ad absurdum, which is beautifully told in Indian logic. Vipoksho badhaka tarko, the tarko which counters the opponent's argument by showing absurdity. So this is tarko. Again, we have so many examples. If then, হতেম যদি তোতা পাখি, তোমায় গান শোনাতাম. Had you been a parrot, I would have sung to you. I cannot sing song. I am not a tota paki, so I cannot do this. So this is a kind of absurdity, anishta prasango. And this anishta prasango is intentionally brought by me. Why? Only to prove that you are wrong. Your standpoint is wrong. So this is called aharjo gyan. Aharjo means I know that it is not possible. In spite of that, if I bring it, then it is called aharjo cognition. Badhako gyanokalin ichha prajajyo. I know water cannot have fire. Instead of that, I am boiling. Your face is just like a moon, Mukha Chandra. I know it is not possible. In spite of that, I bring it, only to show you that face is completely different from moon. So Torko is like this. So why it is essential? Only to show that you are in the wrong path. Vipokho badho. And to show the Charvato and others, that such Torko is essential. Suppose somebody tells me water cannot quench thirst. Okay. Initially I agree with you. Had there been water which cannot quench thirst, then no thirsty people would want water. had there been a case where water cannot quench thirst, then it will also be accepted that water cannot quench thirst. I cannot beg for water for quenching my thirst. So this is called another type of tarko. Both are vipaksha badhaka tarko, and we can do this only to remove the knowledge of deviation, counter cognition, so that you can follow me, you can follow my path. So this is reductio ad absurdum or indirect proof. Indirect proof. তুমি আকাশ যদি হতে আমি বলাকার মতো পাকা মেলতাম. Have you been a firmament? Have you been a sky? You would have stretched my wings just like a crane. So you are not sky, I cannot move, stretch my wings under you. So both are absurd. So this is the one of the way of showing absurdity. That's why Samanya Lakshan Pratyashati is one of the forms through which we can remove our doubt of deviation. Another torko is, and sometimes torko is not essential, sometimes Samanya Lakshan is not essential. Automatically, Swatasiddha bhave, the doubt goes away. So these are the way of Bhuyo Darshan. In Bhuyo Darshan is essential only to remove this type of deviation, doubt of deviation. Had there been no such doubt of deviation, inference will come into being. Now, last point I will tell you regarding the relationship. We know in Western logic there are so many symmetric relation, asymmetric relation. So in Indian logic there is a relation. And I have already told you that relation is between two relatum, two relata. One relatum is Vishesha, earlier told you. The relatum number 2 is Visheshan, A and B. And in between there is capital R, which is called relation. So relation is defined like this. What is the relation? The relation is Vishishto Dhi Niyamak. That is something, cognition, which can show us this knowledge, can give us the accuracy of cognition. Vaishishta Gyan. Vaishishta Gyan means the holistic cognition. That is, had there been no R in between A and B, we cannot have the knowledge of A and B. So A and B is conjoined by R. That's why our relation is called Niyamak, a controller, a conjoiner between two relatum. Again it is told, the relation is nothing but which is neither A nor B. It is also another. So Nabbanyaya Bhasha Pradip, there is a good book of Kalipada Tarkacharya, no, not Kalipada, some Pandit is there. He wrote that there are two things. One is Vishesha and another is Visheshan. And third, there is neither Vishesha nor Visheshan. That which is neither Vishesha nor Visheshan is called Sambandha or Samsarga. As I told you earlier, here also the same thing. Now the Samsarga is of two types, normally in the Prachin Naiyayika, Sanjog and Samvay, about which I won't have to tell, because this comes under the domain of Prachin. Old Naiyayika. In the new Naiyayika, they are raising some problems. What are what the problem? Suppose Shikhok and Shikhakotto, teacherhood and teacher. What is the relationship between them? Samabha is called eternal relation. From the very birth, it will be there. Just like Manushyattva and Manusya, man and manliness. But here, teacherhood and teacher, fatherhood and father, motherhood and mother, they are not eternal relation. After certain time when someone gets married, they will be father. He will be father or mother, she will be mother. When after starting certain examination, when he was appointed as a lecturer or assistant professor, he will be a teacher. So teacherness and teacher, fatherness and father, there is no samavaya possible. And moreover, it is not Bhakti and Jati. It is not Guno and Guni. All the 5 specific cases, this does not come into being. So what will be the relation between this? The Nabbanayayik was telling, if you don't accept any relation, then it is Nirvikalpaka. But it is not Nirvikalpaka at all. By father we understand something concrete. By mother we understand something which is concrete. By disciple we understand something which is concrete. So there is a relation. What type of relation? No samyog, no samavaya. So you must accept some relation there. Otherwise it would have been turned into a nirvikalpaka one, which is undesirable, which cannot justify the lok of vyavahar. That's why they told there is a relation which is called Swarupa Sambandha. Swarupa has got many types. Here Pita and Putra. There is a relationship of Swarupa which is called Nirupa Nirupak Bhav. Nirupa determined and determinator relationship. If I know someone is father, we know that he has a son or daughter. So son is the father is determined by son. Other way also it is true. Son is determined by father. Student and teacher. Teacher is determined by student. Again student is determined by teacher. Guru and Shishya. Preceptor is determined by disciple. Disciple is determined by husband is determined by wife. Wife is determined by husband. So all these are called Nirupa Nirupakava. Somebody might tell, what's the use of Bengali Mostiskir Apokriya? Egulo Manarki Dorkar, what is the utility of accepting it? The Noyayikos are telling that it will have vagueness. If you say that you both husband and wife come to my house, Pati Patni Aiye, if I invite in this way, so it is a vague statement. The Noyayikos will tell, vague statement. Why vague? Siddhiki may not take his own wife Ruma. He might take other's wife and go. Because Poti Patni Aiye, what I have told, you come as a husband, as a wife, another one as a wife. So Rumpa is his own wife, and other's wife is his not own wife, but Patni. She is also a Patni somebody else. So if she brings Patni of somebody, and with him, I cannot logically say him that you cannot bring her. I meant it is your Patni. So had I been in a position to say this, I would have told that Tannirupita Patni, You come to my house and you bring your wife, determined by you, not others. So I am telling you a vague story of vagueness. I joined in the University of North Bengal in late 80s. Not late 80s, early 80s. I was in the guest house. And in the guest house, so many new teachers appointed were there. We were taking lunch. And I had another lady in my department who is retired now, Manjulika Ji. She is also Ghosh, Manjulika Ghosh. So Manjulika Ghosh came to see me. And some law professor was there. So I introduced law professor Misro. He is a Professor Misro, professor of law. And she is Manjulika Ghosh, Mrs. Ghosh. I told she is Mrs. Ghosh. Then fourth person was there. He thought there is some misunderstanding. I am Mr. Ghosh and she is Mrs. Ghosh. There will be certain misunderstanding. So she suddenly interfered and told, though it is true that he is Mr. Ghosh, he is Mrs. Ghosh, but they would not be taken together. He does not know Namponnai. That's why he managed the situation in that way. That is, she is Mrs. Ghosh, but not determined by me. Mon Nirupito. Mon Nirupita Mrs. Ghosh is not there. So here, we should have so many elements, so many vagueness in speaking. Had there been no Nirupo Nirupoko Bhav. So here one example I have given, Adhar Adhyo Bhavo. The Bone Poshu Shanti, Jiva Shanti. There are animals in the forest. There are animals in the forest. Animal is the Adhar. Adhyo is the animals and forest is the Adhar. So there is Adhar Adhyo Sambandha. Again I can tell you, there is another relationship, my friend, which is also very dangerous. So what is there is an example in Bhakti. Kopi Sangyogi etad vrikshastvat. This tree has got the connection with monkey. Kopi Sangyog. There is a connection of monkey in this tree. What does it mean? The Nobunayayikos are telling there is connection of monkey in this tree. That means there may be monkey, there may not be monkey. What nonsense it is? Well, yes. You must tell Abachedaka. Whether monkey is there limited by the base of the tree or limited by the branch of the tree. One monkey cannot stay together two times at the same time, two places at the same time. So you have to tell monkey is in this tree so far as the base of the tree is concerned. So it is called Mulavochede Banado Asti. Mulavochede. So here the tree has been divided into two avachedaka. One avachedaka is Mulavachedaka, another avachedaka is Shakha avachedaka. So if I say, if the monkey is on the ground, on the base of the tree, then the statement is true. But we have to tell Mulavachede. It exists limited by the base of the tree. It does not exist limited by the branch of the tree. And if the monkey is in the branch, then you have to say it stays in the branch of the tree, not the base of the tree. Suppose RNG is in the classroom and also not in the classroom. The Nobunayayikos will tell, if you want to tell this type of contradictory statement, you have to clear it Suppose I am in the classroom on the eastern side, and in the western side there is no one, RNG. So RNG is in this room insofar as the eastern side is concerned, limited by the eastern side of the room. Purva Dishavachinne RNG is there. But Praticchya, so far as the western side is concerned, he is not there. Again I can tell, RNG in this room, so far as the Sangyoga Sambandha is taken as an avachcheda. Sangyoga Sambandha avachinno, being limited by the conjunction, the relation of conjunction, I am in this room. And being the relation of inherence, I am not in this room. So these are the sum of the definition of Nirupa Nirupa Bhav, Doishiko Kaliko Bhav, and again we can have some sort of mathematical things. Suppose fourth root, Panchatta. Panchatta exists in 5 elements simultaneously. Kiti of Tej Marudbam. So Panchatta exists in 5 simultaneously and not in the same place. It is called Vasajya Vritti, not as opposed to Samanadhikaranma. Coexistence and non-coexistence. Non-coexistence is Vasajya Vritti. Panchatta, one is with me. Panchatta, another, number 2 is in number 2. 3 in 3, 4 in 4, 5 in 5. So fiftiness exists in 5 simultaneously. That's why it is called Purjapti. In this way, we have so many arguments. Vedhikarana avachinno abhav. Vedhikarana avachinno abhav means I am human being as human being. It is Samanadhikaranava. I am not human being as a human being. Samanadhikarana. But if I say I am a human being, but not as a cow, but not as a cow, this is Vaiyadhikarana. That is called Vedikarano Dharma Vuchinna Abhav. So all these small things has got great bearing so far as the clarification of our knowledge is concerned. So this type of clarification is not only, as I told you earlier, in the Nambunaya system, but in literature, in Vedanta, in Madhya Vedanta, in Vallabha Vedanta, even in Achinta Veda Vedvad. All this language has been taken, all these paribhashika language or technical languages have been taken into account. Therefore, Nambunai is intellectually, Nambunai is clearly, so far as clear clarification is concerned, is much more perfect. There is no question of ambiguity. It's as clear as mathematics. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your wonderful and enjoyable lecture. As usual, you have done the wonderful job by breaking the knot of the sugar cane named Nayo, Nobbonayo, and so that we can enjoy the sweetness of Naiologic. Mm, Before asking to the audience, I will ask one question. Although you have delineated your lecture in a clear and lucid language, uh, what may be called for Balanang Sukhoboday, but in my Mondo Buddhi, one question, one problem is baffling in my mind. You have told that in Shabikalpoko knowledge, that means qualified knowledge, there are three things, three part are concerned here. One is knowledge of Vishayata, another is one is Visheshota, another is knowledge of Visheshanata, and another is knowledge of third one is knowledge of relation.
সংসর্গতা
Sangshargata. In case of knowledge fire, there are three parts, and in case of knowledge smoke, there also are three parts. My question is that how Nobbo Nayo explain the relation of concomitance. That means in concomitance, which one is related to which one, or how the three components of is in fire in knowledge of fire and three components of knowledge of smoke are unified in a single piece of knowledge. Would you please explain?
তো থ্যাংক ইউ সিদ্দিকি, ক্যান ইউ হিয়ার মি?
Yes, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, your nice question. In case of Vyapti, we get the relationship of two things, as told by Umadi, that is, in one sense there is a hetu, another there is a sadhu. So now the formulation we do like this: wherever there is smoke, there is fire. Yatra yatra dhuma, tatra tatra bandi. Dhuma means dhuma osti, tatra tatra bandi rosti. So if you want to know what is the relation between smoke and fire, we can have one relation which is called vrittitto. Vrittitto means ostitto, existence, invariable existence, abhyabhichari sambandha. So if you describe it, that one relata is dhuma, relatum number one is dhuma, relatum number two is bandi, and relation is vrittitto existence or abhyabhichari vrittitto, existence without exception. So these are the three relationship, therefore it is a relation, and it is called sabikalpaka sambandha. And when you put it, that wherever there is smoke, there is fire, this is one Bhakti relation. And when you see the mountain is smoky, therefore mountain is fiery, the second time mountain has come, not the first time. First time Bhakti, second time Bhakti Smaran, third time Paramarsha. Bhakti Bhakti Dhi, and third time Paramarsha means where there is Pokho, Bhakti Vishishto, Pokho Dharmata Gyan. So Pokho Dharmata Gyan, that is the question of middle term, question of what is called subject of inference, or minor term comes first, secondly, and lastly it is the conclusion. So it is simple, it is not much complex. So what is the problem? If you can tell the problem, I can give you more accurate answer. Is it okay, Siddiqui?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Sir, one
Then,
question from audience, Kaushik Sarkar.
please.
He's an assistant professor of philosophy in a government college. His question is, sir, do you think that Torco is translated good in reductio ad absurdum? My observation is that in case of reductio ad absurdum, it ends up with P and not P, like a contradiction. But in case of Torko, it admits formal contradiction as well as pragmatic inconsistencies. Uh,
Yes, yes, yes. So, Abhijit, thank you.
Kaushik,
Thank
sir,
you.
his Kaushik Sarkar.
কৌশিক
Hmm.
কৌশিক সরকার কোন কোন কলেজে থেকে
Sir, he's in government college in Rajarhat, I think. Kaushik,
রাজা
are you hearing, Kaushik?
হ্যাঁ ইয়া ইয়া
Yes, sir, I'm hearing, but I am in the bus. That is why I am putting the question on the chat box.
Okay, okay,
Yeah, I am from Newton Government College, sir.
okay, okay.
Uh,
okay, no problem. Actually, reductio ad absurdum, I have intentionally used this term only to show the audience, there are Western audience, to have some similarity. It is not exactly the same. Some similarity in the sense, in Indian logic, both formal and material side, as you rightly told, pragmatic side has been taken into account. But in Western logic, only formal thing has been taken. That's why there is P and not P, no problem for them. Because they are believing one thing as a positive and another thing as a negative. So positivity of the positive and negativity of the negative become equal, contradiction with each other. Therefore, only formal contradiction. But in Nyayo, it is not only formal contradiction. Formal contradiction is there. Here also formal contradiction, but material also. Formal contradiction means when you say fire in the water, a small child will tell that water is needed for distinguishing fire. Water is needed, water is opposite to fire. So why you are telling that fire is in water? Formal contradiction is there, material is also there. So in Western, only materialism is secondary. Primarily form is good or not. In Indian, it is both. Not only reductio ad absurdum, some Western scholar told it is also counterfactual. I don't know exactly counterfactual. You cannot tell when there is a similarity, you cannot expect 100% similarity. There is sadrishya means tad bhinnatte sati tadgato bhuyo dharmavattam. This is the Nabbunaya view. When I tell there is a similarity between moon and the face, it is not 100% similar because the moon has got so many spots, but face may not. So there is a similarity means there is, so far as the glamour is concerned, there is similarity. So far as other things are concerned, there are dissimilarities. So here also reductio ad absurdum or counterfactuals, they are similar concept in Indian. But we cannot copy. I cannot tell that it is the carbon copy. West has copied it just like a carbon copy. They have their own way of thinking. Mathematics, in Western logic, mathematics is the base. In Indian logic, not mathematics, but other shastras are also under base. In any type of argumentation, we use this reductio ad absurdum. If you say this is not a pot, no, why are you telling so? Had it been a pot, it would have done such and such thing. So every time we are taking recourse to Torko, whether you call it reductio ad absurdum or counterfactual or not, but exactly it is not the carbon copy, but there are certain similarities. Because culture is different, and our philosophy is not philosophy for teaching in Oxford. Our philosophy is teaching in the Guru Griha. So our life is connected with this. Not only knowledge for knowledge sake, but in West, their knowledge, they are connected with more mathematics. More formalities are there. So maybe other reasons also. Thank you for your nice question.
Thank you, sir. Anyone, any question, madam? One last question, sir. Mm, uh, in Indian philosophical context, Tadatmo or Abhed, the relation of Abhed or Tadatmo has been used by various school. Uh, so in case of Nyayo, is the Tadatmo is like Vedo Sahishnu Abhed or uh, anything like that? What type of Tadatmo, the nature of Tadatmo is actually is?
Actually, Tadatma, the term used in Nyayam, used in Buddhism, used in Hinduism, used in Sikhism, used in Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
লেফট করে দিয়েছে কি করেছে
দেখি একটু।
লেফট করে দিয়েছে
কি করেছে?
না,
লেফট
আবার
করে দিয়েছে
আবার এলেন বোধহয় স্যার নাকি? দেখো তো।
হুম
এসছেন।
Hello.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Tadatmo, the term has been used in many schools. In Vedanta it is there, in all Vedantas, not only Advaita. In Buddhism it is there, and in Nyaya it is there. In Nyaya it is called Abheda. Abheda means that which is identical, in the sense of absolute identity. One section of Nyaya, absolute identity. If you say it is absolute identity, then you can tell Ghato Ghato. The jar is a jar. Uttam Kumar is Uttam Kumar. Like this. Because it compares with incomparability of the both. And that's why there is no difference. Vedo Saishnu Avedo, it is not there. It is simply like this. So it is simply like this, Veda Saishnu Avedo, it's a good thing. But one thing should be kept in mind, being Vedanta and also in Buddha philosophy, it has been taken as Veda Sahisnu Aveda. In Buddhism, it is there, it is no ottanto avedo, no ottanto vedo. In this sense, tadatma, in the sense of similarity. What is ottanto vedo? Ottanto vedo is absolutely different. Phul or patthar, flower and the stone. This is absolutely different. আর অত্যন্ত অভেদ, অত্যন্ত অভেদ means completely indifferent. That is kusum and pushpa. So here in Buddhism, they told Veda Sahisnu Aveda, Singshapattva and Brikhattva. Because Brikhattva, Singshapattva হচ্ছে শিমুল গাছ. Shimul tree is a kind of tree. So there is similarity, but they are not completely identical. When it is said in Vedanta, Mrittika and the jar, the now will tell there is Samavaya. Vedanta will tell there is Veda Sahisnu Aveda. Both similarity is there, different is also there, difference is also there. So far as the clay is concerned, it is similar. So far as it is jar, it is clay, it is different. So Veda Sahisnu Aveda in Vedanta, it is accepted. Also in Buddhism, it is accepted. But in Nabbanaya, most of the Nabbanayayikas have taken Tadatma in the sense of Abheda, absolutely identical. Absolutely identical means that is which is not Annanya Bhaber Abha. That is the difference of the mutual absence. No, no, ghata. So if we say this is jar, it is equivalent to not jar. In this way, it is identical. So Nyayo, Nobbon Nyaya, it is absolutely identical. In other Nyayo, it is Veda Sahisnu Aveda, as rightly told.
Thank you, sir.
ভাস্করের চুল আঁতড়ানো হয়ে গেল।
Thank you, sir. One last question from Ramiz Raja Beg. He is pursuing his PhD in philosophy at University of Calcutta. He asked, you mentioned relationship to exhibit the relationship of Bishesho Bisheshon Sambandho with the example relation A or B. He's asking that can we relate, can we say that is it similar to the concept object relation in Frege's logic?
Okay, okay. Frege which logic? Sense and reference or something else?
In I think in Frege's concept and object in Begriffsship and in other
Okay, okay.
writings.
Let me say, I don't know which portion of Frege you meant. I don't know about that. But I can tell you for your removal of the concept that A is a sambandhi, that is relatum 1, and B is the relatum 2. And in between A and B, which is called Bishesho and Bisheshon technically, in between there is R. R means a relation. So relation is called Sangsargo, and Sangsargo abides in two, Dishtha Sambandha. Sangsargo cannot remain isolated. So R, if R is there, it must be associated with at least two relatum, maybe more than two, but at least two. Because if you put more than two in Western logicians will put under bracket A, B is equivalent to C, like this. So here Sangsargata is the connecting factor between relatum 1 and relatum 2. And why relatum 1 is called relatum? Because there is a relation. Why relatum 2 is called relatum? Because there is a relation. Now can tell me what is your problem. If you have any problem, please continue. No problem for me.
Ramiz,
No, sir. I'm just asking that can we relate the same qualification in Frege's logic? Concept object distinction.
actually Frege,
Concept object distinction.
actually I think
Yes, you
he's
can do that.
Yes, yes.
Please, Siddiqui, please.
actually he's trying to say that Frege has clearly distinguished between concept and object. Object cannot be
Okay.
concept and concept cannot be object. And in Frege's theory of predication, um, uh, an object is related with some certain kind of relation with the concept. So can we is there any similarity? Can we relate
Okay,
this
okay.
type of problem in Frege's logic with Neo theory of relation?
Actually, Beg, I can tell you this is to some extent, if you go to the philosophy of language in Nyayam, there is this type of thing, Bachcho Bachak Sambandha. So expressed and expressor relationship, that is sound is there and concept is there. Whenever you utter a word go, cow, it reminds you the concept of cow. So between concept and the utterance of the word, there is a relationship which is called vritti again. And vritti has direct one which is called shakti, another is lakshana. This is the Indian way. So in Frege's logic, as you told, there is also relationship here. And that relationship is object and concept. We will not tell this thing. We will tell the which is the object is bacho. And bacho and bachoko, one word is there and the meaning is there. Bachoko is the meaning. And bacho and bachoko, there is a relationship. And this relationship is called a kind of sambandha. This sambandha is technically called vritti. Vritti is of two types. One directly comes from the word, another indirectly comes from the word. Directly coming is called shakti and indirectly coming is called lakshana. So it is to some extent there is similarity, not though not identical.
Yes.
Yes,
Thank you,
thank you,
sir.
sir.
Okay,
Thank you, sir.
Ramij.
Thank you for your wonderful clarification. Now, with this lecture, our technical session uh, uh, is end with this lecture. I will now request Professor Bhaskar Jha, Professor of
Madam, maybe
Department
was
of
asking. Priyambada,
Priyam.
are you asking some question, I think, no? You wanted to make some points. You think just see?
Yes, Professor Priyambada Sarkar. Madam, do you have any question?
Yes, she wanted to.
Yes. Madam, your microphone is off. Please on.
না অফিস থেকে বেরোতে পারিনি এখন আটকে রয়েছে বেরিয়ে হ্যাঁ অফিস থেকে এখনো বেরোতে পারিনি বেরিয়ে রওনা হবে
আচ্ছা Ramesh,
হ্যাঁ বলুন
it
কেমন
seems to
আছেন?
me, it seems to, it seems to me, I was learning from Raghunatha, so I'm
হ্যাঁ
not
হ্যাঁ হ্যাঁ
quite confident about that. But one thing I was asking Ramesh to think about it, that concept in Frege is quite different. It's not like ordinary use of concept. And they cannot be you cannot bridge the gap between object and concept, because one is unsaturated expression, another is saturated expression. And
Yeah,
as far as I understood Raghunatha's analysis of relation, they are the concept, they are the bakcho or bachoko, they are
yeah,
not
yeah.
interpreting it in that way that one is saturated, other is unsaturated, and both come together and make a sentence. I think I'm not quite clear. Raghunatha can clarify it. I think it doesn't come here. It's
Okay,
not
okay, okay.
applicable in Nay concept of.
Okay, okay. Thank you, Priyambada. Thank
I
you,
think,
thank you.
Madam, you.
কেমন আছো? শরীর কেমন আছে?
বেটার ঘর থেকে তো বেরোই না।
হ্যাঁ বেরো না তার তো কারণও জানি কিন্তু বেটার তো এখন।
Better.
I think, Madam, you have rightly pointed out, because in case of Naya theory, both term has independent meaning.
Exactly,
In a sense,
exactly.
they are complete.
They are
When you
complete.
they are complete. So in case of Bachyo, the individual or the genus term, or the bachoko, the individual, both are complete. This is unlike phrase distinction between concept and object.
Thank you. Thank
Thank
you
you,
very much.
madam. Thank you, sir. Anyone, any question? Anyone has any question? Okay. With this fruitful conversation, we will end here. Now, I would like to request my colleague, Professor Bhaskar Jha, to give the vote of thanks.
Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Anil Bhimali, respected Dean, Faculty of Arts, Commerce and Law, Professor Deepak Kumar Rai, respected Dean, Faculty of Science and Management, Professor Kali Shankar Tiwari, resource person, Professor Monideepa Sannal, University of Calcutta, Professor Graham Priest, Boyce Gisborne Professor Emeritus, University of Melbourne, and Distinguished Professor of Philosophy, City University of New York. Professor Priyambada Sarkar, Department of Philosophy, University of Calcutta. Professor Uma Chattopadhyay, former Professor of Philosophy, University of Calcutta. Professor Raghunath Ghosh, former Professor Emeritus of Philosophy, North Bengal University. Distinguished guests, teachers from different institutions, my dear colleagues of the Department of Philosophy, Raiganj University, and my students. On me has fallen the pleasant task of proposing a vote of thanks to all those who are present here today and are present on tomorrow. This two-day international seminar was started on 14th January 2021 with the welcome address delivered by Dr. Iti Chattopadhyay, Head of the Department of Philosophy, Raiganj University. I am thankful to her. Honorable Vice Chancellor Professor Anil Bhimali has given a wider view about the utility of this seminar. I am thankful to him. Respected Dean, Faculty of Arts, Commerce and Law, Professor Deepak Kumar Rai, has given a brief note about the program. We are thankful to him. Respected Dean, Faculty of Science and Management, Professor Kali Shankar Tiwari has delivered a lecture on fuzzy sets. We are thankful to him. Professor Monideepa Sannal, University of Calcutta, has delivered a charming lecture on the logic of our knowledge and belief. We are thankful to Professor Sannal for her excellent elaboration. Professor Graham Priest, University of Melbourne, and Distinguished Professor of Philosophy, City University of New York, has delivered an interesting lecture on paraconsistent logic. It was a mind-blowing lecture. We are thankful to him. In spite of his busy schedule, he had given us his valuable time to share his thought with us. I, on behalf of the Department of Philosophy, Raiganj University, express my heartfelt gratitude to Professor Priest. Professor Priyambada Sarkar, University of Calcutta, has delivered an interesting lecture on the rationality of the irrational from the standpoint of Ludwig Wittgenstein. She has beautifully discussed about the logic of inconsistency. Ma'am, your lecture was highly illuminating and thought-provoking. We are thankful to you. Professor Uma Chattopadhyay, former Professor of Philosophy, University of Calcutta, has delivered her lecture on Indian logic. It was also an interesting and thought-provoking lecture. So we are thankful to you, ma'am. Professor Raghunath Ghosh, former Professor Emeritus of Philosophy, North Bengal University, has delivered his lecture on different aspects of Nobbunai's system of logic. It was an interesting and thought-provoking lecture. Sir, we are thankful to you. I am thankful to Professor Siddiq Alam Beg, Assistant Professor of the Department of Philosophy, Raiganj University, as he has organized the program very beautifully. We are thankful to Danis Sarikaya, University of Hamburg, Germany. Danis took initiative to enlist our program in the World Logic Day website. We are thankful to him. Wasim Akram Beg, IT and graphics support staff, Uttarbango Kishi Vishwavidyalaya, has given us technical support. We are thankful to you. I am thankful to the Registrar of Raiganj University, Professor Dullabh Sarkar. I am thankful to my departmental colleagues for their continuous support. I am thankful to Angshuman Dotto and Radhakrishna Rai, non-teaching staff of our department. I would like to say that if the inaugural session is considered to be an index, then I would say the success of this seminar is fully assured. This is a wonderful session, and I must thank on behalf of the organizers and on behalf of the Department of Philosophy, Raiganj University, for your presence and for your patience. Simultaneously, I would like to thank to the university authority to help us to organize this seminar. So, thank you all.
With this vote of thanks, our meeting is ended. Thank you. আমি এই স্টাইলকে কেন বলছি, এই ঘুমের পারমিশনটা দিয়েছে ওইটা ওইটা ভুলে গিয়েছে। ঠিক আছে, বলতে গেছি না হ্যাঁ, একটু পড়তে পেরে ইচ্ছা করে আর মনে হয় যে হ্যাঁ অনেক কিছু তো পড়িনি।